Okay, so you may have noticed a brief silence at the start today. That's because I'm starting to take care of my advertising while actually using that starting soon screen I bothered to set up. It still needs work. It needs a background and all that good stuff still, but we're working towards it. We're getting there. Hey there, Mendel. How you doing today? Okay, looks like everything is ducks in a row and good. That's where it needs to be. That's how that ought to be. Okay. Let's get this rolling. Controller, don't argue with me. Now, those who are familiar with the game will notice a couple oddities, especially right there. We'll discuss that in a little bit. Ever since the solar eclipse of 2035, my life has never been the same. It was then that I realized that I, Soma Cruz, am the rebirth of Dracula. It was in his castle that I learned the truth, that I possessed the power to seize the souls of my enemies. That evil power almost engulfed me, but my friends pulled me back from the brink. About a year has passed since then, and I thought my troubles were over. Yeah, it's never really over. Are you serious? Yeah, and that's when Hammer decided to... Wait, Soma, can I ask you something? Yeah, of course, Mina. What's wrong? It's been a year since it's happened, hasn't it? Yeah, just about. And what was it called? You know, the ability to use the power of monsters? Oh, you mean the power of dominance? I lost it when we escaped Dracula's castle, remember? I know, but it's just I get this terrible feeling inside. It's probably nothing. Look, don't worry, okay? This past year, I haven't been able to use any of the powers I gained. And... ta-da! You're Soma Cruz, aren't you? Yeah? And you are? You may call me Celia. But not for long. Come forth, my servants. That's the best you can do? What? Mina, get back. Damn it, of all the worst. Soma, you back off too. Mr. Arcado. Genya Arcado, the Guardian. You shall not interfere. Barrier. Quick, Soma, use this. It's a knife I happen to be carrying. Skeleton bullet type soul. Not gonna worry about trading blows with these things right now because they're useless enemies anyway. And there we go. Some servants you got there, lady. Soma Cruz, I shall see your demise, that is certain. Using whatever means. And away she goes. She's already tired of that eye. Wait. Save your energy. You won't catch her now. Damn it. Soma, are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. But that power, it returned. Arcado, what's going on? That power didn't return. It was always with you. You just never had a need for it since you fled the castle. And that set free all the souls you had gained dominance over. You mean I couldn't use the power because I was never in any danger? Huh. Guess that makes sense. Anyway, who was that woman? She seemed to know you. Celia Fortner. She's the priestess of a new and rapidly growing cult. We suspected she was up to something, so we've been keeping tabs on her. Why would somebody like that come after Soma? They want to resurrect the Lord of Darkness. Like some sought to do with Dracula. I guess they didn't like the fact that I didn't become the Lord of Darkness. Not only that, they intend to create a new Lord by eliminating you. Eliminating? But Soma, you don't need to get any more involved with this. Let us handle it. Yeah, about that. That voice is really loosening up everything in my head, and that's not the best thing. The deeper voices just vibrate something in my skull, and it's weird. That woman. She said she would see my demise. Soma, Several days later. Going where I don't belong, you can't stop me. So the cult's base is here. Hammer's info wasn't so iffy after all. Haha, you doubted my word? Hammer, what the hell are you doing here? What, are you dense? Who told you about this place? Wait, it was me. Yeah, well, but... hey, you got your mind set on doing something wicked, huh? I want in, buddy. And hey, what happened to that pretty little lady? You remember, right? You mean Yoko? She's not coming. In fact, I haven't told a soul. Oh. She ain't coming? Oh, but why not? Oh, man. Well, since I'm here, I'd better make the best of it. Guess I'm back in business and you're my customer. Hammer, look, I'm saying this for your own good. You really should leave. Can't do that, I'm afraid. I know when someone's in danger, and I am not gonna just leave you here. Okay, I appreciate it, you damn dense idiot. I'll scope out the area and find a spot to set up shop. See you around. Man, why wouldn't he just tell her about this? This isn't a date, stupid. Hammer is just unstoppable. Nothing will ever stop him as far as that goes. On the one hand, I respect it, on the other, fucking hell. You know, it's just one of those things. Did remember to turn mic audio back on, right? Yep, okay. Would have been a hell of a thing if I did all the voice working there and then suddenly realized I didn't unmute. That would be unfortunate. There we go, a real weapon. Well, relatively. Thankfully, since we didn't have any other souls, it conveniently auto-equipped all of those. Now, a couple of things to note before I really go flying forward here and end up in more dialogue before I have a chance to explain things. One, this is a hacked version of the game, so all of the touchscreen requirements have been removed. Primarily for the convenience of the fact that I'm emulating this. I could use the mouse for it, but it would end up being a lot of extra fumbling that I just don't need to do. So, everything that requires the touchscreen for this game is not going to be an issue. You guys also will not be seeing the top screen, because I could not figure out a good way to have both of them fit and look good. You're not missing anything, though, because the top screen just shows the map. If anything, this is just going to make things better for everyone involved, because you guys don't have to see me pausing for the map constantly. Though it does, admittedly, cut out the bestiary screen that shows when I hit an enemy as well, but you're not really missing a lot from that either. That's not information you guys need to have. Other than that, the only piece of information you guys need, other than what's happening at the time, is I have every intention of beating this game in one go. The best time I think I've ever had for beating this game was like 5 hours, I think. So, I doubt I can replicate that result, but I'm pretty confident I can get like a 6 to 8 hour per trip through this and be done. And without stressing over it. Because this game is, in my opinion, easier than Aria. Huh? Those two. Oh, hey, Soma. Yoko, Julius, what are you two doing here? Funny you should ask that. We got wind of this cult from a tip from Arcado. I'm investigating with Mr. Belmont. I'm sure you remember him, the hunter. Soma, please understand. If the darkness draws you in, I'll have no choice but to destroy you. Yes, I know. And then there's no reason for you to be here. That's right. You're only putting yourself in danger. That's Celia, woman. And not only was she after me, but she tried to harm Mina, too. I'm not gonna stop until I find her. You're determined, I see. Then I have nothing more to say. Wait, Julius, how could you just say that? I'll be going now. Wait a second, I'm coming too. No, Yoko, you stay. We'll need a contact here, just in case. Hey, wait, you can't just... And he's gone. He's just flexing on everybody by standing on the goddamn bridge. Man, that hero is so selfish. I bet you have no intention of going home either. Well, fine then, take this. Stupid pig-headed. And this is... Magic Seal. Magic Seal? Metal Gear. The cult leader appears to create gates that draw the power of darkness. Monsters exposed to that power are said to be invincible. So how am I supposed to destroy them? And that's where this Magic Seal comes in. Want to practice using it? Nah, I'm good. Oh, well, that's fine then. I'll just fuck off then. Now, one more thing. You can practice drawing a Magic Seal anytime. If you're not sure how to do it, you should definitely practice. Yeah, you're gonna catch a lot of different ideas from this one, because this one in particular, I feel they dragged a lot of different stuff together for, instead of what they've usually done for Castlevania, which was playing it a little crazy toward the end, and playing it relatively straight throughout it. They just went crazy straight off the top with this. And that's kind of why I enjoy this one as much as I do, is it's just very silly. Got it. Magic Seal activates on its own when it's needed. Give it a try and see. Okay now. Let's go. Go where? It's a dead end here, idiot. Only Julius could get in from somewhere like this because he can fucking jump a goddamn building. We should go back and find a different way in. Alright, if we have to. True. They've made a lot of very interesting things over the years. Here's an RPG Maker. There's no shelter from the wind or rain here, either. Will you escort me? Oh, sure, I guess, of course. Thanks, let's go. Escort mission for like a minute. Thankfully, in spite of the fact that we're escorting her, she can't die or anything. She just is here. So we don't really need to worry about that. Grab that potion and let's deal with this. This door. Looks like you'll need a Magic Seal right away. That would have ordinarily been a touchscreen input there. I just skipped it straight off. I have seen somebody play through To the Moon. It would not have been my thing necessarily, but it is a good game. Most likely you need a Magic Seal to finish off the monster in there. Just be calm and focused. I'll be waiting here. No problem. Now our first boss fight, with some very Final Fantasy music for some reason. I don't know why they went so Final Fantasy with the boss sounds for this game. This is a very simple boss as well. Basically, just wait for the swords to come your way, and then you jump over them, and you're good to go, pretty much. They're very big projectiles, but they're also pretty slow. And he's dead. You would have had to input that touchscreen input again there to finish the fight. If you did not do it, he would revive and you would have to do it again. You did it! Using Magic Seal is a piece of cake, especially when it's done automatically. Don't be too sure, that Magic Seal won't be useful forever. What do you mean? They will probably prepare new and more complex patterns for Magic Seals. It's like a game progression or something. But don't worry, they'll have the Magic Seal patterns hidden somewhere. If they don't, the gates to the dark side will be useless. Don't you just love how arbitrary evil is? So helpful. I get it. I won't keep holding you up as my escort anymore, I can manage now. You sure? In that case, I'll be going now. No, there's one more thing, though. Always one more thing. One more thing. No. Julius may have some new information, so come see me if you're close by. And Soma, please don't do anything reckless. Aside from everything you always do. Count on it. You take care too, Yoko. Now, you might think we can't make this jump. And ordinarily, you'd be right. But we did just pick up the flying armor off of that Abdullahan we just killed. So now it can help us fly. spear. Mace. They give you most of the basic weapons right off the top in this one. Which is another reason why you can get through this fairly quickly if you really want to. As you can see, the save rooms are a little different. A little bit blinkier, which is unfortunate. Just don't look up at the top of the room any more than you have to. I do like the fact that they go dark once you've saved, though. It's a very good indicator to tell you, yes, you have saved. Oh yeah, one small other thing is you guys will be seeing a bigger view of the game than I am. Because I stretched it more because it doesn't have to have both screens on there. So you'll see a few things a little bit clearer than I do. Not significantly, but tiny details might be a little bit more apparent to you guys. Oh, hi, Soma. You're going to act as Julius's contact here? Yes, there was no one living here, so I figured it'd be okay. You know, squatters' rights and all that. Oh, that rough-looking guy right across from me. What was his name again? Oh, Hammer? Yes, that's it. What is he doing here? He came to help me. Honestly, you didn't ask him to come, did you, Soma? Of course not. I'm sure you wouldn't, but it's too dangerous for him to be here. Can't you tell him to leave, Soma? I told him already, but he wouldn't budge. Besides, it's hopeless now. Especially after someone else who wasn't supposed to be here showed up. Huh? Well, if he wouldn't listen to you, I suppose it's hopeless. By the way, I gained a new ability. New ability? What? So the power of dominance lets you control the souls of monsters, right? Right. So I thought I could use magic to draw the monster souls out and use them. You mean release the souls? Well, sort of, something like that. Of course, I would need your cooperation. I can't just rip the souls out of you. Yet. And it's not something that's easy to do. So how do you plan to use these freed souls? Well, I can fuse the freed souls with a weapon, thus creating a new weapon, and, you know, not freeing them at all. The souls you use will be lost, though. Can you even do that? That's rather rude of you to ask. I may not look the part, but I'm considered an exceptional spellcaster. Just tell me if you need something and I'll prove it to you. Okay, then. Oh, and by applying my ability, I might be able to reduce the souls used. I'm not sure if you'll need it, but just keep that in mind. Got it. So, may I help you with anything today? She will actually serve as a crafting system for us. If we have the right weapon and the right soul, we can combine them to make a new weapon. And let me tell you, you're going to want to do this, because a few of the things she ends up making are very powerful. And, you know, it helps get rid of souls you're probably not going to use anyway. Like, personally, I'm not going to use the Armor Knight soul, so making the Cutlass just makes sense. If we had the Corpse Weed, I'd absolutely make the Longsword as well, because I remember using that one for a fair while. But I don't have a Corpse Weed yet. And I believe there's actually a reason to do the soul releasing, but I don't remember mechanically how it works. Meanwhile, over here, as expected, the rough-looking gentleman Hammer. Hey, welcome. So what do you think? Not a bad shop, eh? Of all the weirdest places to set up a shop. I mean, it's less weird than his last shop, to be fair, out in the middle of a goddamn gateway of a castle. At least he's in a building this time. Have a look around and don't be so cheap. Yoko's in the area. I saw her earlier. She must have come after me. That's not it. Jeez, you sure are quick to put a man down, aren't you? She's here to investigate this cult, she said. Well, whatever the case, I can tell you I'm a lot more motivated this time. Didn't you come to back me up? Oh, fucking Hammer, whatever. Anyway, look around and buy something already. He is, of course, same as last time, our shop and source of some odds and ends information. As you can see there, it immediately, well, you won't see it, but it immediately updated my map with that whole section that I bought. We do want these Uma News things, though I'm probably not actually going to make use of the information in them in this trip through, but I will explain what they mean and why they're relevant. so that you guys know. Those that choose to play this game after seeing it. I think I've got something I don't need. I didn't see the knife in the list of things I could upgrade, so let's get rid of the knife and buy the leather armor. I don't need it, but it can't hurt. Because it has been quite some time since I last played this game, so the last thing I need is to fuck up somewhere along the way. Now, over here in the use items section. Exclusive news, Abominable Snowman discovered. What these are, is they are usually hints towards rare monsters that are around the map somewhere. If you're going for 100% of this game, you need to find all of these. Because each of them has unique souls and drops and things like that, and they would be more for your bestiary listing. Like that. This yellowish brown section you see there, by the way, is the other thing that would appear at the top screen if you guys could see it. Is every time you hit an enemy, their little yellow section of their entry appears on the screen. It's very handy if you're that worried about what things are weak to, but it's genuinely not important. And of course you have journal entries about every character, the cult itself, and relevant things like that. What part is confusing? And I might be able to make it make more sense. Some of it may be my wording, because I'm rushing through it to get things moving forward. And some of it may, if it's story beat related, it's because you may not be aware of the game that came before it, and that would be where a lot of the oddities will come from for that. Because they skim over a lot of things, expecting people who have played Aria before playing Dawn, which makes sense, but... That's also what those journal entries are for, though, is to catch people up if they didn't play the previous game. If I remember where some of the rare monster spawns are, I may show those off along the way, but I'm not going to go out of my way to look for them. Alright, I forgot this was here. We can also do special attacks with each weapon, which drain part of our MP instead of using souls. Personally, I don't use those special attacks very often, aside from accidentally. Though some of these special attacks are actually quite powerful in their own right. It was mostly a matter of I just was never used to them being there, and I would always hit that button by accident. Because if you're attacking in the air, both of them do the same thing. You don't have that many air specials. Actually, I'm not even sure there are any air specials in this game. So it's easy to get the controls flip-flopped because your regular attacks on the left, your jumps on the bottom, and your special is on the right. So all you have to do is just accidentally go right instead of left, and you throw your special and burn like half your MP instead of doing a regular attack. I'm going the wrong way. Well, it's a right way, I think, but not the right way. I think we are supposed to get to that higher ledge in this room underneath me. we're meant to use the flying armor to cross this gap here. And then go in this room that I was looking at a minute ago, but didn't actually go in. Stupid witches. But yeah, to give everybody a short rundown on the basic idea of what's going on here, our guy Soma Cruz here gained part of Dracula's power when Dracula was defeated because he conveniently was born at the same time Dracula was destroyed. He was meant to be like a rebirth of Dracula, which is why he can control monster souls. In Aria, of course, he got dragged into an eclipse into Dracula's castle, where a whole slew of problems happened. He clears out everything in there and leaves, because he wants no part of being Dracula. That's where he met Yoko and Arcado and all of that. And Julius as well, because Julius, at the time, didn't have his memories. Didn't realize he was a Belmont and all of that. This is a massive oversimplification of what happened, but it gives you guys the pieces of information you need to have for what we're doing here. We met Hammer just in there. He was, I think, spying on the eclipse or something like that. Either that or he just ended up in there like we did. I don't remember what his reason for being there was. But he opened up a shop for us as a result of being stuck in there with us anyway. So that's how they met, and they've been doing stuff on and off since then, based on the way some dialogue plays out. Soma, of course, just wanted to go back to having a mostly regular life. Which is why that whole scene at the beginning plays out, and why he doesn't have any of the souls he had from the previous game anymore. Because he had no need of any of it. Mina is his childhood friend slash potential girlfriend slash question mark. I don't remember the details on that whole exchange. I forget the details of that relationship because it's very rarely ever actually relevant. Aside from Soma always wants to protect Mina. That's the part that's relevant to the player out of that whole exchange. Yoko works with Arcado as part of some organization trying to stop Dracula and all other evils of the world. The importance of Arcado will become clear as we go. Explaining him right now would be spoilers, so we'll get into that when we get into that. All I'll say is, think about how his name sounds, and you might get an idea of what his deal is, and why he's got a problem with Dracula. And of course, this whole cult is literally just another bunch of people trying to bring darkness back. Usually in the case of bringing Dracula back, but in this case, they seem to just want to make a new host having this power and say to hell with the whole Dracula idea. Because it doesn't need to be Dracula. So most likely they just want somebody they can use as a puppet for their own purposes. Which, of course, we won't do, because we didn't want on any of this to begin with. But from a mechanics standpoint, it's literally just a matter of collect souls, get the best weapons you can get your hands on, best armor, all of that. Ideally, you're going to want to level up a bit as well, because that does have an influence on things. Personally, I would say level is the least important part of that whole exchange, but it is still relevant. There are definitely people out there that I seem to recall having beaten the game at level 1 somehow. Or at the very least, minimum possible level, because you will gain levels by having to beat bosses. So even if you only beat bosses and grab what's laying on the ground without fighting anything, there would be a minimum level you'd have to reach, unless you could skip past the bosses. Which, compared to Aria, this one's a little easier to skip through from what I remember. Because there's not that much that is actually required for progression. In terms of map traversal and such. There's a couple things that we're gonna need. Like these ice blocks here, we're gonna need something to deal with those. And that's actually gonna be one of our big sticking points along the way. Because it took me a while to figure out what I was supposed to do about those. Because as you can see, we can't actually get past these right now. We get knocked off that moving platform before we get there. Now, ordinarily, they would be a touchscreen input as well. You'd have to tap on them to destroy them, because, you know, DS game. They really want to push the touchscreen features on people. Now, I want to check something, though, because as a result of the hack that I'm using to avoid the touchscreen inputs, I may or may not actually be able to break these before I'm supposed to. Okay, good. They did think of that. Because the input allows us to hit those and destroy them, thanks to the hack. Now, thankfully, they thought of the idea that somebody may try to walk up and whack them after learning about that, and they made sure that the soul that you would normally use to tap on those to destroy them is still required. So good on the hack maker for that. I wasn't gonna use it if it worked, but I was curious. Because if that did work, that would actually be a pretty massive skip, because that would dodge having to go down below where we are now and go get the second boss. At least I think it's the second boss that gives you the ice breaking. I suppose second and such is kind of relative, because there are some ways you can go around to get to some of the ones you shouldn't be fighting yet. And I know I was speeding through all the dialogue along the way, but really, nobody's missing much with that dialogue. It's decent, but it's nothing to write home about. Which is why, even though I'm reading it out, I'm just flying through it, so we get through it. I debated just letting it be on screen for a moment and then skimming by like I did for Aria, but my throat's doing well enough today that I figure I may as well at least have some fun with it. Scarf, which we're probably never going to use. There's another copy of Uma News. Which, that, I think, is actually one of the more useful ones. Because some of them give you no actual useful information, they just tell you that something exists. That's not exactly the biggest deal. Oh yeah, instead of needing a specific soul to backdash in this one, we can actually backdash right off the top as well. Which is a thing I only just now remembered. Backdashing, as you might imagine, very helpful, because you can cancel out of attacks with it as well. And down goes the golem. Now, hopefully, my quick explanation of how everything ties together based on current knowledge will be useful to me. I fully understand if my expedited version still doesn't make any sense, but just trust me when I say it'll make sense when we get there. They do put everything together pretty nicely by the end of it. Plus or minus some things still making no sense, but that's because they don't actually explain some of this. And it probably never will be explained. Because Castlevania. Ah, there we go, some better armor. And that's why I was like, I don't really need to buy the leather armor, because all I had to do was beat up some bomb armors to eventually get better armor. But I didn't want to trust to the drop rate, and I didn't want to be tied to having to farm those to have armor that would keep me alive. Especially since I'm playing like a fool right now, when having to burn all my potions. Because big old Frankenstein here is a bit of a problem. Hitting for a quarter of my health in one go is a little upsetting. And that's with the best armor we have. I think we could actually get better armor already than even the breastplate, but again, not a priority. And this is the difference between me playing something I'm familiar with and playing most things. I'm open with a lot of my thoughts in games I'm learning about because of the fact that I'm just talking you guys through what I'm realizing as I go. There's parts of this that I'm going to end up making the mistake of assuming people understand, so catch me out if I do forget to explain something in a way that makes any sense. It's the old issue of, I know a bunch, so I assume other people know things. But no one else really has any reason to know anything about this, if they haven't had any interaction with, specifically, these two games. Huh? You. Ha, so you've come, just as I predicted. Celia Fortner. You're kidding, right? You're telling me this punk's the Lord of Darkness? Ha! Judging matters is merely on appearance. Tisk, tisk. Simpletons are so vexing. Would you call me Dimitri? I merely stated a fact. Dario, Dimitri, both of you, enough. Heh. Excuse their behavior. Welcome to our house, home to our church. You talk as if you were expecting me. You fear that you will imperil innocence for who you are and can become. Am I not correct? Yes. I fell for your ruse. Why would you want to resurrect the Dark Lord? We do not desire the Dark Lord per se. For God to be perfectly good, there must be a being of perfect darkness. That has nothing to do with me. If this world does need a perfect dark being, one should emerge. Isn't that how it works? Perhaps that is so, perhaps it is not. What is true, however, is that the power of darkness steadily grows faint. The Lord of Darkness must be enthroned without fail. And not a moment too soon. But that doesn't mean... I heard enough already. Let's rip this punk apart right here and now. Have patience. He will try to stop me using whatever means. There is no need for haste. Huh? What are you saying? He is in our hands now. We can destroy him whenever, however we wish. Correct. This will also serve as a test for both of you. I see. Wait a second. A test? What test? I didn't hear about that. Are you incapable of thinking even a little? There is but one Dark Lord, yet there are two candidates, you and I. Duh, I know that. Then get this through your hollow skull. Whoever defeats this boy becomes chosen as the Lord of Darkness. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is their plan for making a new Dark Lord. One of these two clowns kills us, pulls the power out of us, and becomes the new Lord of Darkness. In theory. Oh, I get it now. Yeah, okay. This'll make it fun. Next time I see you, punk, I'll burn you to ashes. I shall depart also. I see no significance in my presence here at this time. So those two are the Dark Lord candidates? Correct. They were born at the same time as Dracula's demise. Yeah, it's pretty bad. They are inheritors of Dracula's dark powers. But that's no guarantee that they become the Dark Lord. They can, by shattering Dracula's soul. If you wish to stop me, I shall be waiting for you at the top. I may even change my mind if you survive my traps. And she has to laugh at us every time she teleports away. It's in her contract. Yeah, no, they find the most cookie-cutter bad guys they could. And they're like, you know what? You could be the new Dark Lord. Why not? You happen to be born at the right time. You got the hot-headed fire guy, and you got the super douchey weirdo. Well, this seems to be a problem. Where's the boss? There it is. That's a big hand. That's a big arm. Oh, that's a big boy. Now, this might actually be the only fight we have some real issues with. That's just because he's really hard to avoid with our current skill set. I'm mostly just gonna kind of just sit next to him and do my best to kill him before he kills me. It didn't take the duck input in time. I pressed it, but I was still in the end of the Claymore animation. And he's gonna be the only one that's a bit of an issue. And that, again, is just because he hits like a truck. And unfortunately, we have no good way of going back to the shop to get healing items. So I will either have to go all the way back, or just accept what we've got and make it work the best I can. Which, don't get me wrong, if I just do a slightly better job, I can beat him. And if I had checked, yeah, we do have corn soup and one spaghetti. I'm pretty sure both of those actually will give me health. So we should actually be able to beat him. I just need to not screw up too much. But your mileage will vary on that one because it's a tiny arena. Which, by the way, that duck there is automatic. I keep reflexively pressing the button for it anyway, but you don't actually have to duck on that. I also keep forgetting I don't actually have to jump to hit him, which will save me a little bit of input time. Spaghetti. As you can see, there's also a spot where you're mostly safe from the laser even while still attacking. The only threat is when he does those close-in punches like that. Which you'll notice he starts to do a lot more once his pattern AI realizes he's in trouble. There we go. And again, if you don't draw the pattern in time normally, he would just come back to life and be a real issue. Now we have the Bellor Soul. Touch the touchscreen to shatter certain blocks. These are on permanently and automatically. But in our case, it's actually going to make us able to attack these blocks to destroy them, instead of having to tap the touchscreen. This is going to be a blessing and a curse. Because as you saw with how the Claymore swings, I can end up knocking the floor out from under myself by accident instead. I will more than likely not be using the Claymore when I need to do those. And honestly, once I get a slightly better non-two-handed weapon, I'm probably going to switch to that anyway. I'm not a big fan of how slow these are, even though they are very effective. And I do seem to recall that I end up finishing the game with a weapon like this anyway, because of just how hard they hit. Because, you know, you just crush through your enemies, and it usually works itself out anyway. Okay, so we can go to the right now. Let me refresh my memory why I wasn't going to the left. I turned away from there without actually going in there for a reason, and I do not remember what it was already. So I don't think I actively thought about that reason. Also, just like in a bunch of other Castlevania games, you can sit in all the chairs. Because that's just a thing for some reason. Like, ever since Symphony of the Night, it's just been a big thing that they do. Actually, I think there was something before that they did that for a little bit as well, just not as, like, you can do it with all of them type deal. Oh, right, it's one of the screws, that's why we didn't go that way. So I can't deal with those yet. Let's see. Yeah, let's go ahead and go break past the ice blocks over on the right, then. I do have more than one option right now, but that is probably the best option we have. The other option being go all the way back to Hammer and get kitted out a little better. Considering we don't have any healing anymore. And I, like an idiot, didn't save after winning that fight. I just realized. Let's go back and do that so I don't fuck this all up and have to fight Balor again. Because that would be annoying. And would be exactly how this would play out, considering I'm streaming this. Ah, okay. Just checking something because I saw something weird. The only really annoying part about this section is just the amount of these damn golems that are everywhere. Which, once you get strong enough to just drop these things quickly, not really much of an issue. Till then, though, just sitting there beating on a big old punching bag that just blocks the whole damn hallway. If they were just a little bit smaller, you could just jump over them and call it a day. Of course, it would also help if we had a better attack soul than just throwing goddamn bones at them, but you know. Why would they let us have nice things? Am I... Yeah, no, we really don't have any good ones. Slime and Zombie are not exactly what I would consider good souls. I'm sure they're useful, but the bone is just as good, in my opinion, so... Okay. There we go. That's at least usable. Not exactly what I would call great either, but it is a high damage soul. But as you can see, it's expensive. Real good for getting rid of Frankenstein, though. And as you can see, walls have no meaning against a sword for reasons. Right! This is not where the ice blocks are. They're actually in that room above. Get used to me ducking and attacking things, because a lot of enemies in this game are very easily defeated by ducking and attacking. You know, some things over the years just don't change at all, and that is one of them. Would not mind getting the cat summoning soul that those student witches have. Because the attack cats are actually pretty good. Okay, let me switch weapons to something that attacks forward. This will probably be quick enough. So I just need to break the blocks that are in front of me. I don't need to go crazy. And if I have a weapon that's too slow, it's just gonna backfire on me horribly anyway. Make sure to stay ducking, and we're good. Now we have access to the next area. It also gets us around the bridge up there that Julius jumped over. Welcome to the Garden of Madness. To all the stupid plants that pop out of the ground and try to eat your feet. When you're speeding your way through a lot of these areas, those are going to be one of the few things that are going to continuously get in your way anyway. Because if you're trying to 100% this, be prepared to go back through areas a lot of times. And there. Mandrake's over here. Thankfully, these aren't actually a screen hit anymore. They just hit a big chunk of the screen instead, which you would think would be the same thing, but there's actually a very good reason why that's important. Bomb the trees! Fuck you, nature! This is the second magic seal. We'll need that for any boss fights we find in this general vicinity. You tend to find the magic seals before the boss fights, though I have actually missed a magic seal before and had to go back for it. And let me tell you, that's a real bad deal for you, because if you didn't realize you didn't get the magic seal, you basically have to die to that boss. You don't have much of a choice. Because you can't win that fight. And you can't leave. So, you're just fucked. And having that happen when you didn't save is just so much worse. There's a boss fight over there. Which we probably can take, but let's check the vicinity first. Because, as mentioned before, I'm aiming to finish this quickly, not for 100%, but I am going to grab whatever is at hand and show the decent majority of things. I'm going through here so that we can open up the bridge, so we can traverse back and forth more conveniently. Now, an interesting thing they changed with this one as opposed to Aria also is once you finish the game, you can actually play as some of the other characters. Like, I know there's... I'm pretty sure Julius mode comes back in this one, and I think you can... Or was that a... I know there's a hack that adds at least one other one that wasn't originally available, and I do not remember which ones are which now. I think Yoko was the one that became playable because of a hack, but I do not remember currently. It's been too long. And I don't think I actually did the extra modes for this one. I did try out Julius mode for Aria once upon a time. So I overshot my mark. His brain was back to thinking about Aria of Sorrow, so it's like, oh, right, we need to go back to the entrance to buy things from Hammer. And we actually need to go down there. Which, while it makes more sense for that to be in that location, it is also much more annoying to get in and out of there. This is a save room, by the way. We would have hit this save on our way through if I hadn't just went left with Yoko immediately. Because honestly, the Dullahan fight, you would only die to if you literally just stood there and ate hits. Yeah, there's the warp room for this area. I, for some reason, thought this was the one that had the blockage in front of it. Actually, yes, it was. Was it? Yeah, I think that was the one that had the blockage in front of it. I think it gets removed after you bring Yoko through, so that you don't have a case where you warped somewhere stupid with her in tow. What was that man's name? Hammer? Did he try something funny? I often notice him glaring at me. I don't think he's glaring, but since he's a neighbor, I usually give him a smile, but he always looks away. Did I do something to upset him? No, you're imagining it. He just looks rough, so it looks like he's glaring. I'll ask him about it the next time I have the chance. You will? Thank you. How may I help you today? I forgot that they occasionally have little incidental dialogues like that. We can make a katana out of the blunt sword. But I'd lose my bomber armor, and we kind of need that bomber armor right now. Considering we have no other useful souls. Huh, I suppose need is a strong word, but either way. Soma, you came at the right time. Oh, I just got a new magazine in today, Uma News. It's about real monsters. I think it's got news about this area, too. It's gotta be good. I'll buy it if I feel like it. Hey, but watch out. Don't you dare read it in my shop. These things sell info. If you look at it for free, it's like the same as stealing. I know that. Okay, as long as you get that through your head. It's released every so often, so check in to see if a new issue's have arrived. Okay. So, wanna buy it now? I mean, after a sales pitch like that, no, not really. Go ahead and buy map portion 2, because that was the more important thing he got. We also have upgraded weapons available for us now, because we accessed a new area. So I think his shop upgrades every time you enter a new area. And yes, as you can see here, guns are available. They are a thing that you can use. I think these throwing weapons you might need multiple of to keep using. I'll buy a boomerang just to remind myself how those work. Because I don't think I ever actually used them. Oh, yeah, we don't have an axe, so let's pick that up in case I might be able to upgrade that. You'll notice Hammer sells a lot of the same things Yoko can upgrade your stuff to. It's as much a matter of saving your money by upgrading things with Yoko as it is just, you know, actually seeing where that mechanic goes. Because there are some things she will make for you that you can't buy. But it's gonna take a bit for us to get to that point. Is there anything I don't want that's actually worth something? I don't care for the cutlass that much, but it'll upgrade and save us a bunch of money. We have an extra breastplate, so we can sell that. Let's see. Yeah, we can just throw boomerangs infinitely now. Okay. I could not remember how that worked. So if you want to fight from range, you have things like the boomerangs, the axes. I knew the handgun was infinite. What is it? It's about Julius. Do you think he considers me to be just a burden? I don't think he thinks that. Soma, you saw him. At the drawbridge, he left without a word from me. He also said the monsters inside were tough, so I offered to help. And you know what? He turned me down as if I were a child. Whoa, calm down. What, are you on Julius's side too, Soma? No, that's not it. I'm sure that Julius is just worried about you. But I can fight too. There's no need for him to worry about me. Yoko, you just don't understand how a guy thinks. He just cares about you and doesn't want to see you get hurt. That would be 10 times worse than getting hurt himself. But you have to try to understand for his sake. If I were in Julius's spot, I think I'd say the same thing. Really? I guess I can see that. But waiting around all the time isn't much fun. When you get home, make sure you treat Mina right. Yeah, I know. I'm glad I have someone to confide in, so how may I help you? To be fair, Julius is a Belmont. Belmonts are used to working alone most of the time. He may also not understand how to accept help. That's the other side of that coin. Since I had never bothered to buy the boomerangs before, I wanted to make sure they didn't add a new section here once you had one. Because that would have been interesting. But this system is, of course, a bit limited, so I'm not surprised that that didn't do anything. And that did end up getting us that other dialogue, so it had value. Now we can use the warp to go back over to the garden. It is a little weird that these boomerangs don't come back. I keep expecting them to come back, and then they're just gone. But I don't think I'm going to keep using them. I'll show off the blunt sword for a bit. Because currently, we're not so under threat that I need to be like, I need to use the best weapon I have at all times. Now, as you might notice, the big issue with these weapons is that there's a fairly decent delay between attacks. You can, of course, bypass that delay by using the typical jump attacks, is you can attack again as soon as you hit the ground. So if you do short hops, you can really spam your attacks, in some cases. Sometimes it doesn't quite work. You'd need to actually look at some frame data to figure out exactly what the actual perfect window for that is. And that is beyond my ability to care. If I were speedrunning this, or this game was hard enough for me to worry about that, I would think about it. But if it was hard enough that I felt I needed frame data to win, I probably wouldn't even bother playing it. So I will say that the one thing I would say difficulty-wise for this game is it actually suffers from being a little too easy, in my opinion. And don't get me wrong, part of that's on me because of the way I play this game, and you'll understand that as we go. Do I not have the right magic seal? Huh. I forgot that this was a different magic seal than the one underneath. I thought the one underneath was the one for this spot. Well, that changes things. Oh, then again, anybody who's been here before knows how I play these kind of games, which is usually I stock up on healing so I don't have to worry about anything. You can have quick sets of equipment set up to switch between. I tend not to do that, because honestly, I have not encountered equipment situational enough in these games to need to worry about swapping between them. like, I get how you could have, like, a luck set and a combat set going, which I do that, but I don't actually usually bother to use the quick swap for it, because I never need to swap it, like, in the moment. But again, that's a personal choice thing rather than an actual mechanical thing. This I think we need double jump for, but you'll notice it's a mimic anyway, so we don't actually need double jump to get to it, because we can bring it to us. Not that it had anything we wanted anyway. Now, as far as knowing whether one of those is a mimic or not, I don't think there's a way to tell. I just remember which ones are mimics, generally. Because they've caused me issues in the past. So I suppose rather than calling this game too easy, I suppose the more accurate term would be a little too cheesable. Which is not inherently a bad thing. Is that, as I've said for difficulty in the past, I'd rather a game be manipulable to the point where people can make it as easy as they need it to be, rather than having it be set in stone, it is this difficulty. Basically, I want as much player agency as possible. Let the player choose how hard a time they want to have with something. If somebody wants to fuck themselves over, well, that's their choice. I think you need to have 777 gold or something like, or do 777 damage, one of the two, to trigger this thing. Yeah, it's the last 3 digits of your money. So if we just make a little bit more money, we can actually open that. I just gotta be careful how much I make. Okay, I need 26 more. Okay, I need 7 more coin. I forget what blue coins were. That's a 1. Okay. So I just need 6 more blue coins. Nope. Just bear with me a moment while I do this. So we can pop that door, and I can show off what's behind it. Since this is a very easy thing to just quickly show off. 3 more. 2 more. God damn it. We would have had it if I hadn't fallen short a couple times. Nope. 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 I do genuinely forget what's on the other side of this door, though. Oh, right. The 3 7s. It's luck armor. Hello there, Alice. How you doing? This is gonna kill our defense, but it's gonna make our luck go up pretty well, so I'll take it. We don't need to worry about defense too much right now. Fair enough. Hopefully I don't keep you waiting too long. No one likes waiting. I'm doing alright. Had a hell of a sore throat yesterday, but it's 90% gone. I'm just taking it easy and rolling through this since I know how to get through there. They're just fine. Can't quite reach that. Little details like how to get to some of this is long gone. The main line of this is still surprisingly locked in my brain. Ah, you got one of the specialized ones? Well, personalized is probably the better word for it, but... Ah, okay. I did not realize I could cancel hits that way. Huh. The more you learn by getting your head kicked in. Yeah. I've seen one of those before, but I've never actually known anyone who's had one. So I don't know if they're any good or not. Presumably they work just as well. They just happen to have all of your personalized stuff on it. Which, you know, as long as you don't have a really embarrassing gamer tag and such, it's not gonna be an issue. You got something ridiculous and, well, you may get some real weird looks. Okay. That's always a good sign. If something like that, people would be reviewing pretty harshly if anything was wrong with it. Considering it be real important. Okay. Of course, that'll depend on what you can actually turn those points into. No. Okay. I am curious. Yeah, we'll do a bit of stabbing. Can't go up there. Okay, so we can't fight the boss in this area right now because we don't have the magic seal for it. We need to get up higher in here to get to it, probably. We can go back into the guest house and actually crack into there, I think, a bit. Other than that, we're gonna have to go down. Oh, right, we can't actually jump that high. So that's not happening right now either. There's the corpse weed we needed. Okay. So it'll more than pay for itself after a bit. or more accurately, pay for anything you spend the money on, because you're basically getting the money back. Okay. And of course, that's all for varying amounts of points, I'm sure. Some of which being very, very expensive. So I can't actually go down where I was trying to go, because that's underwater still. I'm not actually sure where I'm supposed to be right now. It has to be that higher section of the garden, and I just did a stupid when I got over there. I was pretty confident the garden boss was the second boss. That's what I was supposed to deal with. Not counting the Doulahan, which was just a joke. Ah! Always nice to gamble a little bit without consequences. Sure, you'd lose points, but all you're gonna do is get those points back by spending money anyway. I assume you can use that basically anywhere you'd normally use a debit card, too, so it's pretty much just always gonna get used. Oh, so you... Huh. Interesting. So it really is gambling with zero consequences. Huh. Interesting choice on their part. I suppose it encourages people to continue using it, so it only makes sense that they'd do that. No more. As you'd expect, using a stabbing weapon against a skeleton is not exactly effective. I need to get up there. Which I cannot get to. Can I get to that doorway above over here then? Did I do the thing again where I turn around right at the wrong time? Did I second guess where I'm going? Yep, sure did. Right, you haven't had it that long. Ah, okay. So like a wallet function, and like things like PayPal and such have, except it's a card. Okay. That's a neat idea. Also, helps keep people from overspending if they only use that section of it. You know, ignoring the fact that people could easily just keep adding money to that wallet regardless of whether it's a good idea or not, and then that becomes a whole thing. I thought he was dead. Sounds good. If it pans out enough, I might actually look into it myself. Because, you know, it's hard to argue with free stuff. Nothing's dropping souls, and I'm so disappointed. I could really use something other than this bomber armor right about now. I also should not be here. Looking at what I'm dealing with here, I should not be here. And yet here you keep on going anyway. Right. But what's the advantage to the one that actually costs, then? Ah, okay, so you get more points using that one. Which is how they justify charging money for it. Okay. I suppose it depends on how boosted it is. Okay. So it does have other benefits too, okay. So there's a spike trap up there, and I'd also need to fit through there, which I know how to do that, and we can't do that right now. Now, over here, I think I need to use the specific souls that are marked on that wall to pass through there. For example, if I throw a skeleton at it, it opens the door. But I think at least one of these is going to be a soul I don't have. And that's going to be where this gets complicated. Wow, he hits hard. So what else has it got going on? No, there is only the one door here, so we get a free halberd. Neat. Oh wait, no, I think there's another place where there's multiple doors. Ah, okay. So there's caps on the free version, but presumably less caps on the paid version. So only doubled for 20 a month, huh? That doesn't seem that worth it. At least not for just that part. This is upsetting. There we go. Okay, so my only recourse is to either go back or try to push past the demon down below. And honestly, since we won't lose much if I die here, we may as well just proceed and see how well I can hold together. Because this will actually speed things up a bit if I can push through here and get away with it. Or this is not the spot I thought it was. Well, never mind. Red Scarf is useful, though. It'll help counterbalance the fact that I'm being a silly bastard and using the triple sevens. Oh, so you're even limited into how much you can spend at point-of-sale machines. And I guess it makes sense. But that part's unfortunate. Not that most of us are gonna have enough money to spend that much in a day anyway. But, you know. In the far-flung future when we have money, that might actually become an issue. Okay. I gotta be real careful. Last thing I need is a ghoul to pop up under my feet like that and kill me. I mean, that does seem like there's a decent reason to use the paid version, but only if you have enough money for it to matter. Yeah, exactly. There's nothing I can do to better my current situation in terms of health, is there? Not really. This, I think, just shoots an arrow. Yeah. It does really well, usually, though, because you can summon a couple of them at a time. And it'll help keep my path cleared of these ghost dancers a little bit. Okay, there's the warp. That'll work well enough. Because we can warp over to the Lost Village and safely save from there. Where to start on explaining what I'm doing here? So, this is one of the DS Castlevanias, specifically this is Dawn of Sorrow. How this game operates is, every time you kill an enemy you have a chance for it to drop its soul. You can equip 3 of those at a time, because they fall into Bullet, Guardian, and Enchant Souls, as far as the regular enemies go. Enchant Souls are just a buff you choose between, and you don't have to do anything to gain the benefit of those. Guardian, you have to hold R to keep active, and it'll drain your MP the whole time you've got it going. Bullet works as you'd expect it to. Every time you press the button, it'll fire off whatever it says it will do. You, of course, have your standard armor, weapon, and accessory as well. These are special souls. These all come from bosses and give you something that actually changes the game mechanically. Doppelganger being the only exception because it came from a statue along the way and just gives you the ability to switch your equipment sets. What you won't be able to see right now is on the other screen the DS would normally have, there is a big map that I'm looking at. Yes. There are some shared comparisons between those. The main thing is you won't lose currency when you die in this game. You will lose everything. Back to wherever you last saved, everything goes away. But in terms of the progression and the map layout, it is very similar to a Souls game. Okay. I'm kind of done with these incidental dialogues now. There's too many of them popping up when I'm trying to get things done. The other thing you can use those souls for is over here at Yoko, you can actually exchange some of the souls combined with a weapon to make a different weapon. Similar to how you'd use boss souls in one of those Dark Souls games to make certain things. And thankfully, save points are scattered about well enough that you generally won't lose that much progress unless you're an idiot and don't save. If you don't save, that's on you. You've made a terrible life choice. Now that we accessed that other area, we might have some new stuff in the shop. Not looking like it. Still can't afford the handgun to show off how that works, otherwise I'd play around with that idea. We'll just buy some healing and call it good. Yeah, I would be in the same boat. The good news is, just make it a habit to save whenever you walk into one of those rooms and you're basically golden. They're common enough. Just don't be like me and completely miss the save room on your way to somewhere else and end up going back like 2 hours. If I had a convenient way to do so, I'd pull the map screen across so you guys could see it better, but that would involve a lot of juggling with the way the capture for this works. And we also have these convenient warp points. There will always be at least one save point and one warp point per every zone of the game. That is a guarantee. But of course, on the other side of that coin, there will always be a boss as well. And specific to this game, I need to find a magic seal in order to fight the boss. Because they originally wanted to force touchscreen usage because it's a DS game. I have a hack running for this particular copy that is going to prevent me from having to worry about doing the actual touchscreen inputs. Because honestly, on emulation, doing the touchscreen work was going to be a nightmare. So, completely just foregoing that idea. I actually want my bombs back for this guy. Yeah, that green meter up there is how much MP I have, the red meter being my health, of course. You also see your health in a number up there for those who read that better than they read a meter. The only other thing on the top screen is if I press select, you'll see my stats and the stat of the thing I last hit. But neither of which were deemed relevant enough for me to juggle the screens around to fit them both on the capture. Now, I'm moving the way I am in this game at this point because I played this growing up. I know this game reasonably well. But I would never say that any of the games past Symphony of the Night for Castlevania were ever that hard anyway. The hardest ones I can think of past that point would be Portrait of Ruin or maybe Order of Ecclesia? Those two being the other two DS games, which I will be getting to after this at some point. I'm not going to go straight through them all, back to back, just to keep some variety going. But I know these well enough that, most of them I can probably beat in one day. Portrait, I'm not certain about, because I've never actually beaten Portrait. I got very close and then got distracted and then lost that DS, so I then lost that save and everything with it. I don't think it's lost, it's just in practicality lost, because it's somewhere I haven't bothered to dig in long enough that it's probably you're never going to see the light of day again. There are a lot of good Kirby games, too. I want that item that's in there. Just need to do this right. Because you can make this. You're not supposed to necessarily do it this way. But you can. I'm gonna stop mucking about with it. I do not remember which ones were on the DS specifically. I'm pretty confident that Robobot and Triple Deluxe were both 3DS. Might have been Mass Attack? Or was Mass Attack Game Boy Advance? That would be, what, Sonic Rush, I think it was, on the DS? Can't really go wrong with Dragon Quest. Is this the one I have the seal for? Yes, okay. So even though I got it over by the garden, this is the one I got the seal for. Okay. Huh? Yeah, and that is Dimitri's trick. He can learn abilities by being hit by them, as opposed to our ability to steal souls. No, excuse me for that rather uncouth scene. You're one of the Dark Lord candidates. Dmitri Blinov. You were fighting a demon. Does that mean you've forsaken Celia? You have drawn the wrong conclusion. This is merely a ritual to gain power. A ritual? You witnessed it, yes? Unless you're as dim as Dario, you should have discerned my ability. So that's what it is. The ability to copy magic attacks. Ah, how observant of you. Now, since there's no one here else to disrupt us... Hold it. I don't have any reason to fight you. Do you have any reason for going along with Celia's scheme? None whatsoever. Well then. However, I have this power and I wish to know the meaning of it, its significance. Is that not a natural desire? And for that you want to become the Dark Lord? Is that so wrong? Refining my power will finally provide me the answers I want. Let us begin. Now, Dimitri, you might think, will actually be a tough fight, and in some ways he can be. But you can trick him. Because by giving him the bomb ability, he will now keep trying to use it, and as long as you know your own abilities, he can't touch you. There's nothing anyone should like about Dimitri. He is both a poncy asshole and absolutely insane. Thankfully, we'll be putting a pretty quick end to this problem. Fun fact, if you're fighting him melee only, he is actually significantly more of a threat than if you fight him like that. It's over. I came up short, it seems.
Well, he's dead.
I won't take your life, just give up. You dare pity me? Soon you shall be the one that will be pitied upon. Ah! Dead. What? Dead? That can't be. Ugh, what was that? Did I gain dominance over a human soul? No, I gained no power, but what was that light? You know how theater kids can be. I lost, die, dead. There, can't get that. Now you'll notice there's another boss door. Let's put a pin in that idea for a second. We're gonna go back to the save room so I don't have to fight Dimitri again. More so I don't have to deal with that dialogue again, because I get a certain degree of satisfaction from killing Dimitri, if I'm honest, because I kinda hate him. Like, he is the embodiment of a lot of kinds of people I don't like. He really does. It's a very punchable face. With it. Like, his whole personality, I swear, is designed to be hated. I mean, I suspect the chair would end up broken on his head. Now for the real boss of this area, Malphus. Which has one of the more useful souls we're going to be gaining throughout this game. This is actually one of the more important ones for actually traversing the game as a whole. Yes, you absorb bird and then you throw bird. He's got a good design. This design's been reused a lot throughout the series, because it's a good design. Come on, you're gonna throw your birds at me again. Those birds are also really hard to dodge. Because as you can see, he's got a lot of coverage with those. Oh, that's the actually dangerous move, though. When he starts throwing the lightning around. You can tell he's getting pretty low if he's throwing those, generally. Feathers kind of hurt, but they're not a big threat. Unless he does it a lot, like he's doing now. Yeah, he bounced back enough. Okay. I was hoping to slide under him that time. Interesting. Usually those lightning orbs turn around better than that. Come on, land. Land, you damn bird. Or die. Dying's also acceptable. And that is why this is one of the more useful ability souls to gain. We now have double jump. And we get a full heal from him. But now everywhere we go, we can do a flip jump. All of those things that I could barely not reach, now I can reach them. Everybody knows double jump is one of the most powerful abilities you can get. Whee! It's just fun to do that flip. Even if you can tell that they kind of copped out on the animation a little bit for it, it's still a fun jump. And you can turn it on or off if you want to. There is genuinely no reason not to. Yes. And it is fantastic. You can actually break your way into a couple places you do not belong at all early on by using the extra jump Torrent has. But you gotta be real careful how. It can cancel fall damage, but only under very, very specific circumstances, usually. Or at least that was my experience early on with it. I cannot guarantee that they haven't changed that in patching at any point. Whether it got better or worse is a whole other question. Okay, they did fix that. Yeah, I'm not surprised they patched that. Because honestly, it did make getting those a little too easy. One day I'll get around to finishing Elden Ring. Well, it needed nerfing, to be fair, because it was becoming like the only thing people used because it was just so disgustingly good. That said, magics also, some magics anyway, are, last I heard, still disgustingly good too, so they've got some work to do if they really want to actually balance things. To a degree, though, I feel like they shouldn't balance it at all. Just let it be stupid. Or if they absolutely have to balance it, just balance it when you're invading somebody or something. That way people can fuck around with dumb nonsense. We can't actually go this way still. I actually need to go up more. I've been meaning to mess around more with the seamless co-op mod that people put out as well, so you don't have to deal with the constant resummoning people nonsense. For the Souls games, I understand why they had those summoning restrictions, but just with the sheer size of Elden Ring, it gets kind of annoying trying to play with people you know, when you're constantly having to resummon them. Godric's a rough one. He's not the worst one in the game, but ugh, I did not enjoy that fight. I think I eventually won that. May actually still be standing in front of him, very upset. I don't remember. Been a few months. And yeah, you don't need to, but you may as well. Yeah, that too. Yeah, frustration with it builds to the point where you have to. You have to win, otherwise you're never gonna let it go. So I will say he's not awful once you get a handle on how he moves. It can just sometimes be he just hits the wrong move at the wrong time and you get screwed. I'm going in circles because my mind is elsewhere. Yeah, it never hurts to pack on a couple more levels just to make your life a little easier. And I assume some of the stuff you picked up you probably need a little bit more to be able to use properly. Ah, okay. That should help. As long as you use it sensibly. Another thing I know they changed was there was the one pyromancy where you were slowly going crazy, throwing fire from your eyes in a cone. I was enjoying that, but I seem to recall they made the self-damage on that worse. It's a lot of fun to use, even if it 9 times out of 10 got me killed using it. Oh yeah, they made it a lot worse from what I remember hearing. Because it was already pretty fast, and then they made it faster because people discovered a trick with it. So they just went, no fun allowed. As they tend to do. Ignoring the fact that people will find a way to break everything anyway. Okay, I got a longsword for free, so I don't need to burn the corpse weed now. We can get up here into the rest of the garden. Oh, I know the one you mean, I think. 'Cause you're talking the one that's, like, out in the middle of that swamp, way out there, right? That you would normally just die of rot before you even get close to it. Though there are ways around that, even without using the incantation as well. Though they may have also fixed that, too. So I remember cheesing my way past a lot of the Scarlet Rot problems on Torrent. Just by doing some creative parkouring around certain areas. Yeah. That is the same one I was thinking of. I think I did go get that. Yeah. So the fights over in the swamp were also not great. At least not for what I was doing. Right, that's the underwater part there. How do I actually get... Oh, I need to go all the way to the left to go higher up in the garden. Right. That's where the boss fight is again. Yeah, if it puts in perspective just how quickly I can get through this, we're already a quarter of the way through the game, an hour and a half. Well, just about 2 hours in. And that pace is only going to increase as I gain in abilities. I'm by no means at speedrun pace, because they would have already finished half the game by now. But I at least know where I'm going. The speedruns for games like this are just terrifying to look at. Yeah, exactly. I'm using this to relax compared to if I just flew through this at speedrun pace. I'd be driving myself insane trying to get the right frame to do a bunch of different skips and such. Which, let me tell you, they're fascinating to see, but I would never want to do them. Exactly. Okay, so when we go to fight bosses, I'll switch to the elfin robe, because that is a good enough change. Be worth losing the luck, and you don't need luck against bosses anyway. Because thankfully in this one, luck at least sort of worked, as opposed to Aria of Sorrow, where the luck stat actually did not properly function. There was a bug in the code that prevented luck from actually properly calculating. Alright. Maybe we'll fit up there until he backs up. There we go. And another boss fight, which I don't think I have the seal for still. Oh no, it is using the same one. Okay. So just that one down there is unique. Right, okay. Now, Dario. Yeah, here at last. You really stepped out of bounds, punk. Huh? Dimitri, I'm talking about Dimitri. I didn't mean to kill your friend. I didn't finish... Huh? What are you saying? I wanted to pummel that uppity jerk myself. Doesn't your friend's death mean anything to you? Hmm? Ha! You gotta be joking. Let's get on with this already. Why do you want to become the Dark Lord anyway? Why? Look at this power. Can you imagine how crazy it'll be with even more power? You're insane. And you yap way too much. Come on, punk, I'll roast you to a cinder. Now, Dimitri's fight was pretty easy to cheese. Dario's is less so, because he doesn't have any manipulable powers. He just has fire. He can teleport around using fire, he can do fire waves and fire pillars. He can also throw fireballs, but he tends not to do that in my experience. He tends to reach for the other moves more. But that might just be because of how I move. But as long as you stay on the move and pay attention, Dario is no threat either. He tends to stay rather stationary to make his fire pillars and such work. You can get a lot of free hits in on him. And as you can see, even when he does hit, he only hits for like 45 with his fireballs. You'd think he'd have an easy time fencing you in with those fire pillars, but he actually can't. I'm gonna heal once just to be on the safe side. The last thing I need is to manage to fuck this up after I said he's no threat. Because that's exactly how that would happen. Yes, yes, you know how to do fireballs. You also know how to die. You can give up trying to become the Dark Lord. A punk like you, you're not walking away from this. Dario, enough! Celia, don't try to stop me. The man's got his pride. I know that, but I'm not prepared to lose the last candidate. We'll pull back for now. I have another plan. Oof. Ah! I underestimated you, but this game's not over yet. I shall be waiting on the uppermost floor. Come if you dare. Now, there's gonna be a catch to that situation. And we'll get into that when I get to where Dario is going to be next. Now, if I remember right, I think there is actually a unique dialogue if you can somehow manage to break your way to where Dario is without killing Dimitri. But I think you have to actually do a speedrunning skip to make that happen. Maids. We're in the upper part of the guest house now. Soma! Huh? I told you not to get involved, didn't I? Arcano, what are you doing here? I thought that you were protecting Mina. Mina is fine. My colleagues are providing protection. Besides, keeping you under observation gets priority. You're still treating me as if I were the Dark Lord. Haven't you seen enough? I need you to understand. You are considered to be extremely dangerous. But since you're here, I suppose I can't stop you. While under my supervision, I'm prepared to overlook use of excessive force. Besides, we can't just allow this cult to carry on this way. Thanks, I appreciate it. Also, Mina entrusted me with this. It's for you. We're gonna need that. What? A letter and a talisman? Dear Soma, if you're already eating this, you've probably gone after that cult. I had a feeling you would when you disappeared after that incident. I know that you worry about me, Soma, but I worry just as much about you, too. I won't ask you to come back right away because you're way too stubborn. But please promise me that whatever happens, you'll come back unharmed. Oh, and don't forget about the talisman. I'm sure it'll come in handy. I'll be praying for you. Always, Mina. Mina. Soma? Hi. Brief me on the situation. What have you discovered? Sure. I described what I'd learned so far to Arikado. Understood, but the fact that Celia mentioned a plan doesn't sound good. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Good job of pointing out the obvious. The only thing I can do is keep climbing toward the top floor. Fine, you do that. In the meantime, I'll try to track down Dario's whereabouts. I think they do date. I think they are already dating, but I can never remember. There's a lot of confusing childhood friend, potential girlfriend things with that whole situation. And I don't remember if it's ever actually made clear one way or the other on that one. Because, you know, story relevance and all that. He threw curry in my face. Okay, I need to kill him fast. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. You can actually kill him and get his soul, and you can throw curry at enemies. mind me, just taking this. Goodbye, sir. Walk into his house, steal his newspaper, and leave. Refuse to elaborate. Okay, what does that Uma news say, actually? Snowman spotted on the mountains. Spotted near the mountain village. Okay. Another one of the not-so-useful ones. The Killer Clown Soul's actually pretty good. It also makes a kind of weird noise, as you can hear there when he dies. We can't actually go this way. We will get the soul we need to get past doors like that in here, if I remember right. And that's going to be one of the other stumbling point fights, actually. And you'll understand why when we get there. Can't go up there right now because that door's shut. Okay. Got some killer dolls in here. One of them just left. He wanted nothing to do with this. There we go. Destroy those. Their ability I don't think is particularly useful. No, wait. I forget what theirs is. Yeah. One of those, best not to think about it too much. Because they're puppets. And only the upper part of them is actually moving. So the legs just kind of dangle. Their puppets basically being dragged around by magic. This is a robbery. Which, let me tell you, burglary using a halberd, not exactly the most effective way of going about it. Can't go that way right now. I mean, it'd be great for intimidation, but boy, sneaking that into anywhere would be awkward. Okay. This slide puzzle's a son of a bitch. Ugh. It wants us to come in down here and then end up somewhere. How this works is this is actually shuffling the arrangement of the rooms. Now, to be fair, there could be a gun in that bunny. That is cause for concern. Now, I think I'm actually supposed to have room 1 be up here, and then go 1, 2... No, that doesn't work, though. Hey, Xeno. Well, welcome to me trying to understand a slide puzzle and what it intends for me. I think I brute forced this when I played this game originally, so I do not remember how this puzzle works at all. I want to say I can just arrange this such that I can reach all of the rooms, and that's all that matters. But how are you doing today, Xeno? I'll get there, it's just gonna take some doing. That's great to hear, Alice. I'm sure it won't be long before you get that last one. Now, I could just take a direct route over there, except I don't have one more piece to do that with. I'm glad you're doing well, Xeno. I might actually have to do this in pieces. Yes, I know my controller disconnected. Because I sat it down. Ah, okay. Yeah, I did see that you were all gathering up into 7 days. That over there, this here. If I can just get myself into a position where I can get somewhere, I'll take it. Ooh. I mean, at least it was only the 7th day horde. Or do you mean the repetition of the 7th one? Because day 7's not bad. Because it'll scale back down to you only being one person anyway. At what cost? I can see a really jank way to get back around to this. That there. Oh, okay. So they just got a delayed horde, pretty much. Interesting. Ah, okay. So it accounted for the fact that they should have been there because it was still Horde Night. Okay. That makes sense. This would work if I could just get 13 up there, but I can't get 13 up there from this current position. What I can do, though, is move 13 into here, and then move things around. And yeah, any amount of horde without any protection is a bit concerning. Use that, like that. Move this one into position here. And then we need to bring 3 over. That'll let me position that there. To be fair, you know by now that I understate everything. And to be fair, you also only died a single-digit amount of times. It still could have been worse. You could have reached double digits. I should know, I've been there. There we go. That allows me to make it most of the way. 15 being here is still an issue. I need to get 7 in place there. The game just really did not want you making it through anything, did it? It was just all out for blood that day. Which is pretty par for the course for that game, but still. I can't swap those the way I want to. Okay, I have a plan. It's a very clever plan. There we go. Now we can make it from beginning to end to at least get into the upper left. So now, as you can see, we'll be able to reach the rooms matching those numbers. There is, as I said, a very specific way you can do it where you can reach every room in one go, but that will take more effort than I'm willing to put into that right now. And if, well, you guys can't see the map, but if you could, you'd notice that I'm warping around a lot with where I'm going, because I'm hitting numbers that are not actually connected with how I set this path. But we're able to get to the next part of the guest house. And that's the important part. I think I was supposed to go directly across first, but, well, we're here. Deal with that in a minute. Piano room. If I accidentally hit the right keys for that, I would laugh. I don't remember where you're supposed to find the answer for this. But there is a certain set of keys you're supposed to hit to do that puzzle. And there's a trick here, where if you break just the right amount of these, you can climb up to somewhere. Need to break one more. Should be reaching that. Okay, fine, I'll break one more. There we go. It likes to do that. But yeah, as you can see, since we had those high enough up, we can get in here. I'm gonna want to swap weapons for this, and do this a bit carefully. Because ordinarily, you'd be using the touchscreen for this, but since I have the hack that avoids the touchscreen usage, I have to hit these kind of carefully, so as not to screw myself over. Okay, now I switch to this for a moment. Break that, and we're good. Because otherwise you'd only be able to get one or the other of these if you weren't careful about how you broke in. So you'd have to reset the room and do it again. This way we get both, and I don't have to come back here ever again. I'm gonna use the longsword for a bit, and this bit of Uma news that was up here... The light apparently came from thunderbolts. That's a piece of information about a specific monster. You'll notice the other side of this room is actually, in fact, useless. The whole point of this room was getting up there. Oh yeah, something the game doesn't tell you that you gain from getting the double jump, by the way, is you can do head stomps now. Which let you get to certain other places that even the double jump wouldn't allow you to. But only if you do it correctly. Avoid the succubus. I really need a new attack soul. Something that isn't bombs, even though I like bombs, they're not very helpful in this world. I think we're on the right track to get to the boss of this area. I don't remember where the boss room of this place is. I kind of hate this area. Like, this and an area we'll be getting to soon are my two least favorite parts of this game. This place, just because it's kind of annoying to navigate and it's full of a lot of annoying enemies. The other one, we'll get into why when we get there. I might die here, actually. This is a problem. I'm currently in a very awkward position. Let's switch to the Amalric Sniper. Oh, he's hitting the wall because he's Goddamn. Get me out of here. I said get me out of here. I hate this thing so much. Just reset the fucking room. Oh boy. We have a problem. We have a real big problem. Because the thing is, they bounce at such an awkward angle from most weapons. So you can't deal with them very easily. And we don't have any of the souls I would normally use to deal with that problem. So I haven't been grinding them. Let's try the axe for a bit. The axe might actually work on this thing a bit, because it should be another overhead swing. But it'll be a little bit quicker than the... Oh yeah, I forgot. That's the special move that the axe has, is it sends you to space. Nope, we're in trouble. Yep, we're dead. I knew I was in trouble there, and there was just no way out of that, because I didn't have the damage to kill those succubi quick enough to get back out of there without trying to jump over them. And I painted myself into a corner. Okay. So, we lost the entirety of what we just did with that puzzle and everything over there. The other side of that coin is, I'm also realizing I don't think I'm supposed to be in there at this exact moment anyway. I don't remember if that's actually where the next boss I'm supposed to be fighting is, or if I'm skipping one. It's actually a lot easier than you might think to end up skipping a boss in this game. Because there are a couple that are purely optional. You can just skip them entirely. Specifically, that one back over in the garden we ran over the top of. You don't have to fight that at all, that I remember. I'm gonna go back in here, though, against my better judgment. Also, fun fact, note how the fact that we wasted all of that time doing that puzzle to begin with, because there's already an arrangement of rooms that gets us to that spot we were in. I wanted to try to get them all together, is why I was doing the puzzle at all. What we can do, though, is add a little bit more to this. Also, pay no mind to the fact that I'm running in place right now. It's fine. Nope, I done fucked that up. There we go. This will give us access to a different spot and a couple different rooms that we didn't grab last time. Yep, that's what I thought was up here. Some better armor. Is both of the ones that are not currently immediately accessible, both have pretty good items in them. And at the rate things are going, I am going to put the ring mail on for now. So we stop getting our head kicked in so much for me being arrogant and trying to keep the luck gear on. Is while I am fairly competent with this game, and I remember it reasonably well, that does not mean that there won't be parts where I will still get my head kicked in. Like this area, for example. Oh yeah, fun fact, the killer dolls curse you when they touch you. I no longer am allowed to have mana until that curse wears off. So all of those souls I've got, useless. Special attack, useless. Until curse wears off and then mana starts regenerating as normal. Which thankfully does not take that long. Let's see. This is the wrong end of this room. So you can drop into here to grab this high potion. Okay. Yeah, that connects back to where we were before. I'm trying to find the save point. Because that's part of the big problem with this area, is the fact that there's only a couple save points, and as you can see, they're scattered pretty far apart because of how densely packed with nasty nonsense this area is. There we go. We got rid of the stupid bouncy thing. Problem is, the second we leave this room, he's gonna be back. There's the magic seal we need. As you can see, they do steadily get more and more complex. And if I did not have the advantage of not having to do those, we would actually potentially not manage to make them in time. Because I actually had one that I failed naturally. But that was one of the last couple ones when I was playing before, and it was actually because I fumbled the damn stylus. Not because of how complex it was. Yeah, once you get all of a set of Umanus, it'll tell you how to access a specific unique creature. In this case, Umanus 2 is about Mothman and how to find him. If you remember from the other piece we had gotten that we lost, it said something about lightning. It's trying to tell you what soul to use to cause Mothman to spawn in the location that he spawns in. Is that one I remember? There's a spotlight somewhere in the game that you have to hit with lightning to turn on to attract Mothman to that spot. Because, you know, moth to a flame. Let's go ahead and fight the boss. And you'll understand real quickly why I don't like this fight. Because there's more than one reason for this guy to be awful. One, creepy puppet thing. Two, he's got a real nasty move we'll find out about in a second here. See that puppet he's lifting up into there? It switches places with you, and you get put into the Iron Maidens. I think you can stop that from happening, but you have to be fast, and I'm not that fast. Yeah, this is a screwed up fight. This is why I'm like, I don't like this one. But we have to deal with him. There we go. It takes a couple hits, but you can break it. That's why I switched to the halberd to have the reach to cover the gap. It's a concerning one. It definitely makes a lot of people uncomfortable. Myself included. I'm not that bothered by it, but I don't like it. I also very much mechanically hate it. Fun fact, when I beat this thing originally, I didn't realize I could break those. So you can imagine how much more annoying time I had dealing with this fight, not knowing I could break his doll grabs. Could you just kindly die, you stupid doll thing? No, 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 no. That would have killed me if he got that off, and it was going to be a real problem. Because it does a stupid amount of damage. I potioned my way to victory through this when I did this before, and it took a lot of potions. Like, a lot. You also notice we're not doing a whole lot of damage to him each time we hit him. Yep, there it is. Because there was too many dolls in the way. Because you'll notice as he gets further along, he starts spamming more and more dolls around. We might not actually win this still. Especially since my bombs apparently don't reach his head. If I had realized that sooner, I would have started using something else. Actually, you know what? The hell with it, skeleton. Thankfully, there's plenty of warning on him doing it. It just takes a second for you to figure out which doll he's doing. Okay, we got it. Ooh, I'm glad I don't have to do that again. Get a full heal, throw a puppet, and switch places with it. And that is why you saw all of those dolls laying near those gaps. It was telling you, hey, this is what you use here. Now we can get basically anywhere in the game we want. There's like 1 or 2 places you cannot access without one more ability. As soon as the doll contacts the ground, you swap places with it. Now, mind you, we would not have survived that fight if I hadn't swapped to the other armor. Which is exactly why I did that. Because I knew that the Puppet Master did a lot of fucking damage. Oh. We found the warp room this time. Let's actually go back and check the shops then, now that we've done another area. It's either accessing a new area, or it's per orb you get from bosses that determines when the shops change, and I do not remember which is true. Might actually be both. But on the bright side, that is one of the most gruesome things in this game. We won't be seeing that much worse for the rest of the game. Outside of one other fight. There's one other one that might unsettle people a bit. We can get some pretty good stuff here, except we're too damn broke to get any of it. I would love to get the Soul Eater gem, but it is, as you saw, insanely expensive. But souls are also vitally important, so they kind of had to make it expensive, otherwise you were going to break the game wide open. I can't sell anything in a meaningful way, either. Okay, let's see if we can turn anything into anything useful with what we found, then. I don't think we can still, but it's worth a check. Hi, Soma. Do you know anything about a man named Dario? Dario Bassi? He has the ability to create fires. He's been implicated in countless inexplicable fires. He's a wicked criminal who's wanted all over the globe. I see. That's all I know. Do you need anything else? I need a lot of things. I would love to get Fragrok, but I can't because I don't have a great armor soul. I'd have to go farm it a lot to get it. Can't get the lance. I have needles still. At the rate we're going, I'm actually going to go ahead and make the katana. It loses me the bomber soul, but bomber soul's stopping being useful. And I can also now make the kotetsu. I cannot upgrade it further yet, though. We already have a longsword, so I'm not going to bother spending that. we got walled a little bit because I didn't bother to farm the wargs at the beginning in order to get the falchion. I also didn't get the partisan. Yeah, this is a little bit weaker, but I think overall it might actually be better for us. Because it'll be a little bit quicker. Since I can kill these armor knights in one shot, I'm actually going to go ahead and quickly get us a partisan. If it doesn't take too many kills. To that end, let's put the 3/7s back on and the lucky charm. Because your luck does have an effect on whether they'll drop their soul or not. As opposed to the first game where it didn't. Another bat. Also, it's been rumored, and I don't know if it's ever been confirmed, because I never actually looked it up in detail after the fact, but the more copies of a soul you have, the stronger the soul gets. Like, say I have 9 skeleton souls, it will do more damage with a thrown bone than 1 skeleton soul would. Something I'm going to say now, even though it's not going to be relevant for a few more hours yet, is I believe there's also a certain amount of souls you need to be under for the best possible ending, but I also don't remember that one for certain. I know the actual conditions for the good ending, and I don't know if I'm going to worry about them because it depends on how things line up, and I do not remember the order of operations of certain things off the top of my head. Just like how we didn't really worry about the best ending in Aria, either. We have one of the pieces of the best ending of this game already, though. He is not wanting to give up his soul. Alright. Fair enough. Will you do it? Nope. Okay. It was worth a try. Not really gonna stress over it, like I said. Let's buy some healing before we leave here. Because I forgot to do that when I was in Hammer's shop. And then we'll head back up there. Actually, no. We don't need to be up there. That old guy, what's his name, you know? You mean Julius? Yeah, Julius. He seems to come around to see Yoko a lot. You think... Of course he comes around. Yoko is Julius's contact. Oh, you're right. I'm letting my mind get the better of me. Right, yes. Man, gotta snap out of it. Anyway, how can I help you today? Yeah, he's got the hots for Yoko, and that's gonna just be a constant thing. I do not remember all of his stuff being so damn expensive, but I think I also was money grinding a lot harder. Mostly because I was actually grinding, instead of just rushing through. Actually, I think I can get to some of that stuff up above our head here, so let's go get that before I go anywhere else. Because there's some odds and ends that'll be nice to have scattered around in these areas over here. Because we can now, like, get up here, for example. Okay, we got the Skelerang, which literally supports thrown weapons like the boomerangs and such and does nothing else. Which, I gotta say, I do appreciate that there's actually support for using other weapon types like that. Considering things like the boomerangs are such just an oddball weapon choice. The fact that they give actual in-game support for that is pretty nice. Okay, Okay, this is just leading back into the guest house from the other end, though. But it got us into room 1, so we can grab the Kestis. Which, I'll be honest, I forgot I didn't have it anymore, which was part of why I went to the shops, because I was pretty sure I could upgrade that. But we won't worry about that right now. I'm not walking all the way back to the shops just to upgrade the Kestis at the minute. We can get that later. Especially since I'm not even certain that I can upgrade it with what we have right now. I just think we can. I'm confident that that's doable. I need another bat to come by. There we go. Just use his head. And that gets us pumpkin pie. Well, that was less than I was hoping for. But we got more map completion, hooray! That puts us to 34%. Which I seem to recall that this game also has one of those get stronger based on map completion items. So when we find that later, that'll be better for us having done that. Also, it shows right here on the enemy screen how many copies of an enemy's soul you currently possess. So if you're trying to get all of the souls, this is the faster way to look through it. And it'll also tell you your percentage of souls down there at the bottom anyway. As you can see, our luck with that's not been great. If you wanted to practice drawing the magic seals, you could do that there, but we don't need to do that. Since this was on a handheld device, there's of course a suspend option. There's something else I meant to remember to mention. Oh yeah, there's another flying man thing. With him a 3. I only had to look up, I think, one of the rare monsters because the information in the UMA paper for it was unclear. And I think it might have actually been the Flying Man one that we just saw. There's also one enemy that's in one very specific room, and it runs away the second you enter the room, other than the waiter. And that one is a bastard to get the soul of as well. We can't get to the upper parts of that room right now. We can, however, get up here. And get the Crimson Cloak. Which does most of the same stuff it did back in Symphony of the Night, mostly just being a higher defense item. They were being helpful. I don't think there's anything we actually need up there. Sometimes you gotta use somebody else's back to get places. At least they didn't get dumped down a hole like a Yoshi or something. Just to show how that's supposed to work. Plus or minus getting stuck in the gap like that. Ideally, I would actually want the Peeping Eye Soul, because it'll show me where breakable walls are. But we don't need to worry about that. If I happen to get it, great. If I don't, eh. It's really only, again, for 100% that you'd want to worry about getting that too much. Now, I'm gonna double check once I grab a nearby save point whether the magic seal I just got from the dollhouse is the one that also triggers on this one in the middle here. And I would have used the warp point, but I genuinely am not sure where I actually want to go right now. This is one of the more freeform parts of the game, and that is where it gets a little funky as to where you're going. I'm healing just in case I manage to do a stupid on my way there and die to something. Which would be very hard to do at this point, but not impossible. Let's see, we still can't swim, so we can't go in the section to my immediate right. We can't get past the gears, so we can't go down and left. One of the two things over here on the right by the garden were a dull passage. I know that much. Don't remember exactly which one of those passages was the dull passage. Yeah, we can keep going this way, we're fine. I wouldn't mind getting the soul of those birds. Where are you? Hey, come down here. I keep forgetting I have the Dull Master equipped. Get down here. Get down here when I'm talking to you. Hey. Hey. Yeah, I can do that too. Spin angrily at it. And for those wondering, yes, these treants are literally just tree versions of the golems from that last area before this one. You'll also note that new enemies appear in some of these areas occasionally, as you're making progress. That's another way you can tell you're actually getting somewhere, is when new enemies spawn in certain places. There's not a lot of places they'll appear in, but a couple areas, especially ones they expect you to backtrack through to get where you're needed to be. They'll up the difficulty a step or so. Okay, this is another gear door. I don't need more plant souls, damn it. Now, I think there is actually a glitch you can do where you can get the doll through the wall in a couple places like this. But you're not supposed to do that, as you might imagine. It might actually be meant to be up in that higher part of the guest house, now that I think about it. Because there is a door straight up I didn't go through. Let's go hit that since we're nearby. I know I'm referring to the map that you can't see, but just trust me on this one. More often than not, when I was explaining things on the map, it wasn't making any sense to anyone anyway. So it's not like you're missing anything. Excuse me, ladies. Coming through. I could stop and kill some of the Valkyries, but honestly, I'm not that fussed about getting a lance, because I know I can find one. Wouldn't mind getting the killer clown soul to throw cards at people, though. Right, that's the blocked off one. So that is actually useless to me. Okay. Oh, fuck. This might be the only part we actually get a little bit stuck at, because I don't remember where I need to be now. I know we saw another doll door somewhere, and I don't remember where it was. I think it was actually one of those ones on the right. But I don't remember which one it is. Which is why I defaulted to this area that was nice and close to where we were, in the hopes that that would give me some insight. Just mapping this little spot over here that we hadn't touched. I also wouldn't mind getting the Ghost Dancer soul, because it's another luck increase. And in games like this, I'm all about maxing out my luck to make my drop rate as good as it can get. Hearts, unlike in most Castlevanias, rather than giving you an actual heart count, will just raise your MP faster. Which is why I tend to just grab them on the way and not worry about it beyond that. We've already... let's see, we killed Dimitri, we killed Dario once. We killed the flying armor. Killed Balor. Killed Malphus. So we're 5 bosses in? Now, in terms of bosses, we're not actually even like halfway through the boss count. But some parts will be a little bit more densely packed with them than others. As you saw by how there was multiple bosses over by where Dimitri was. And as I mentioned previously, not all of them are required to complete the game. It is possible to get on top of that and slide through there. I just kept fucking it up because it was a really narrow passage. Do I have the one for this now? Nope. Okay. Somehow, Snail, this is your fault. You'll notice it takes significantly less damage on the body. I keep forgetting I have that equipped. It's gonna be a real problem. Because I have it equipped so I don't forget to swap when I get to the place I need to use it. But at the rate I'm destroying myself forgetting I have it equipped, I'm going to take it off now. Otherwise I'm just going to keep making an idiot of myself. Which is good as that is for content, it's going to get old real quick. Mimic Soul, I seem to recall, is also another pretty good one, but good luck getting it. Because some souls have an independent drop rate from the rest of the pool, and they are an incredibly low drop rate. Mimics being one of them, from what I remember. Which is another reason why I usually roll high luck in these games, is so that I don't have to be as upset about the drop rates. Not that it usually works entirely. As mentioned before with Aria of Sorrow and the luck stat not working, this one I don't think fully works, but I think it works better than it did in Aria. I know I mentioned that before, but brain is processing information, so brain is putting out information. Now, one of these two doors over here on the right was something we needed the doll for, and one of them wasn't. this is the one that wasn't. Because you need to get above here to get down onto that button to open the door. Which means that just confirms the fact that we need that higher door. Which in hindsight makes sense, because I think we need a double jump to get to that higher door as well. There we go. It's only a couple points more. But I believe it's also based on how much luck total you have. You know, it's a percentage increase, so the more luck you have, the more luck Ghost Dancer will give you. So as you go, all of your different luck boosts compound, same as the other stat ups were. This is also going to be a good way to potentially get a Great Armor Soul. Considering we have to go back through where they are. And then we could upgrade in some more weapons. And this is basically the same system that later got implemented into Bloodstained as far as the crafting goes. I just wish this had the armor improving that Bloodstained ended up getting. But, you know, that's what happens when in a series tangents off and continues to develop. Out of here. Grave wants me. Yep, there's the place I need to throw. And, of course, I didn't have Puppet Master equipped, like I said was going to happen. There we go. Now we're in a new area. So you'll notice a lot of the same enemies here, because we're not actually in a new area yet. We're just in a new part of the chapel. So you see a nameplate pop up, we're not actually in a new area yet. Wait, there's more news up there. And I know I left behind the part 4 of the other news, it's okay. I'm just doing this to show off the individual ones more than anything. Let us call this airborne being the Flying Humanoid. Because, you know, creativity. It's just a high potion up there. While it'd be nice to have, it's not important. Not you again. Get stuck over there and stay there, you bastard. And here's the button I was talking about. Press that down and now you have access across here without having to go through all that crap. There's also an item up there, I think, but let's just get out of here for the second, since our health's getting kicked in a bit. Condemned Tower. Some higher ranked demons and all kinds of unpleasant in here. And Julius staring at a hole. Julius, what are you doing? Staring at this hole, he told you already. Oh, it's you. This door's been sealed by a magic power. Something's behind it, too. Do you sense something bad? Yes. I can feel it in my gut, and it doesn't feel good. Unfortunately, it's impossible to check what's behind the door. Why is that? The barrier's too strong. I may be able to crack it, but just a bit. It'd be better to contact Yoko and await help. What about you? Well... Is there Describe all the things. The Dark Lord candidates. It sounds as if it should be my next target. I will see about joining our Ricardo. And away he goes. I don't remember if the silver stud's any good as an accessory or not. If you were going for using your int more, it would be good. Which, your int impacts, I think, the effectiveness of some souls and how much MP you have. Did it again. I fucking did it again. Put the doll away. For the love of God, stop throwing it at people. Good in there. Nothing good up here either. Oh yeah, you gotta watch out because the disc armors will throw their disc off the string depending on where they are, and it can become a real problem. And this should be a prime example of what I mean about the fact that you could carry the skeleton soul to the end of the game. Because even now, it's still doing a decent job. I would rather have some of the other souls we've had an option of getting, but they didn't drop. But, you know, take what you can get as you go and all of that. That's a big axe you got there, buddy. This is actually a soul I wouldn't mind having as well. Ow. As the axe just tumbles away. As you might expect, if I'm remembering correctly, his soul literally just lets you swing that giant axe around. My stock is a little stronger, so we'll go ahead and use that. It's a case of it's a little stronger without sacrificing speed. Not actually much louder on the audio sliders. It's a little louder, but not, like, incredibly so. Okay. Do let me know if any of these tracks end up way too loud, because I know some of them can vary in audio a bit. Now, the werewolf soul is actually another one that I know people use for shortcutting and speedruns and such, because it gives you a short dash. Because there's ways you can sneak through certain places using that slight forward hop you can get from that. Personally, not something I'm actually going to use, because I don't know how to use it properly. And I'd rather keep the flying armor on hand in case I fuck up a jump. And I don't think the werewolf soul can be used in the air. Otherwise, I would absolutely use it. Or rather, I don't think it's supposed to be usable in the air, but I think that might be the trick, is that people find a way to use it in the air. Considering there's a bunch of jumps you end up falling just short of. Big ol' Axeman in there. This needs a key. Menus 2-3. There it is. The latest reports indicated it's drawn to intense light. That's what I was talking about before with Mothman being drawn to that spotlight that we can find. And you might notice off the edge of the right side of the screen how sometimes things that go to the left edge of the screen will wrap around and appear on that side. It's a graphical bug that I remember seeing even on the DS itself. I don't know why it happens, but it's really distracting and disconcerting when something like that big axe ends up going through and coming out the other end. It doesn't, like, actually wrap around properly, it just wraps around in just a thin line there. But it's just always really weird to see. I don't know, we can do this fight now. I don't know if we should, but we're going to. This being one of the other kind of concerning looking fights, is it's just kind of horrifying to see this, like, disgusting meat beast. Also, it hits incredibly hard. This is going to be the... I hesitate to say the only incredibly dangerous enemy, but it hits really fucking hard. You came back to a weird eyeless laser beast. I don't really have any other words for what this is. I also never learned the proper way to fight this thing, so it just ends up fucking my day up real bad. I'd rather tank the 60 to walk through him than tank the 250 he does with that laser. Ow, God. Yeah, as you can see, he just hits stupidly hard. And this guy's gonna be a problem. Especially since we don't have any good attack souls or anything. What I really should do is actually backtrack and hit the shop to get even more healing since we have some money. I also should, put proper armor back on, because that will help. He's still gonna hit really hard, but he's not gonna hit as hard. I'm gonna try something. I've not actually tried using zombie in this fight before, but it might actually work. Since he's a very stationary opponent, summoning zombies might actually finally be useful. I just don't know if they'll do any real damage to him. Go! Go! No, they do okay damage. They do essentially half my damage, so... Go! Go! Yeah, this is a fight where zombie summoning is actually viable. Neat. Oh, we need to go. We need to go now. And you'll notice, even for doubling my armor, we only took like 6 points of damage less damage from him. That's what I'm talking about with how he just does incredible damage. But thankfully, he only has those, like, 2 moves he does. The laser and the bite. And he's a very stationary fight. So as long as you can tank the damage to go through him, he's not actually that bad a fight. Yeah. Probably smells about as bad, too. He's certainly as fun to deal with. Oh yeah, I forgot about this part. You'll notice I took damage from him landing on me. Yeah, this is, in my opinion, the worst boss fight in the game. Straight up the worst boss fight in the entire game. Like, the final boss, by comparison, is easy. Because at least the final boss has avoidable attacks. This guy just takes up, like, the whole fucking room and just screws your whole day. So since zombie work, let's see how well slime works. Since the slime moves around more, it might get into a better position to do more damage. Switch to Golem to do a little more damage. Let's try bringing a mini devil in as well. I'm gonna do the damnedest I can with the tools I have, and if we can't do it, I'll back off and improve our situation more. Okay, yeah, the slime is working better. I can only have one, but it's already done significantly more damage than the zombie did. Oh, I never knew he could do that. He never did that before. Just farted on me with his chest and I died. Oh, fuck me. If there's just a chance that he's just gonna do that, that's a problem. I have another idea now. Don't think it'll work any better than that did, but we'll see. Because if I don't have to get close to him, I can just throw boomerangs at him. And slimes. Okay, those boomerangs do, like, no damage. I probably need a better throwing weapon if I'm gonna do it that way. But it is a spammable weapon. Lets me stay out of his reach. I think I'm better off just keeping the S-Stock out, though. It's how I do. I say weird things that no one would have ever expected to hear. And the thing is, you can't refute what I said. That is accurate to what happened. Oh wow, that goes far, too. Jesus. Oh, and he's doing it again, too? Fuck you again. So I will say, I'd rather him do that than do the laser. Oh, he mad. Thankfully, as you might have noticed, I actually was able to stay on that little edge of the platform there. So if you needed a breather, you can do that. Still, this is the best results we've had against him so far. I don't remember how much health he has at this point. Probably too much. Get off my head, you Kezu reject. Why won't you just die? I know he's thinking the same thing about me. It's my job to kill him. Oh, then again, I suppose technically it's his job to kill me, too. We're in trouble. If he doesn't die very, very soon, we are SOL. We're dead. I hit the wrong button. I meant to stand up and jump away from him. Instead, I jumped first, and jump is also the input for sliding if you're ducking. So I slid straight into him. Okay, we're gonna have to do a little bit of prep work to beat that. Well, we don't have to, but it'll make it a lot less of a problem. It does mean we're gonna have to climb this tower again. I don't think I missed the warp point. I think there might just not be one in this tower until after him. Though I will say, once we kill him, we will be in a very good position. And you'll understand why once that fight's over. Well, there's more than one reason for that, but one of them will be very apparent. Thankfully, this tower is actually a little quicker to go down than it is to go up. Since you can take shortcuts like that. If I could just get this soul, this would also make my life so much easier. I'm purposely climbing up ledges like that to get more money. Because every 6 of those 50s we get is another potion. Though potions do only still stack to 9. So there's only so much that will do for us. But enough potions also would basically be the same as a high potion. So it works itself out either way. And thankfully, it's not that far a walk to the last known warp point. It's just inconvenient. Also, now knowing how the slime soul works, because it's different than how it worked in Aria, which I did not realize because I never actually gave it a chance, I might actually use it more, since it bounces around the room. I thought it was just gonna hop around a little bit and then eventually despawn. Alright, that's the portal room. Which does not help us. Though there's a very good reason for that portal to be there, we just might not get into that today. Depends on how much time I have left after I actually beat the game. Go, Doom Bouncy Ball. And we may have a couple things we can upgrade to. I don't think so, because we didn't pick up that much in terms of souls or weapons. But maybe I missed something. Being in my calculating. Yeah, I'm gonna ask about Dimitri now. Dimitri the Mirror. Okay, we could get the Whip Sword, but we don't have the White Dragon Soul, which is the bone dragon coming out of the wall that was swinging around. And Slaughterer, which was the blue pig. Yep, we don't have anything. Okay, didn't think so. Getting a better weapon also wouldn't be a bad thing for solving our problems, because if we just could hit it harder, we'd manage to kill it before it could kill us. Hammer is still being paranoid about those two getting together. Even that'll be a huge benefit in our favor with how many potions I've just picked up. I'm looking at how much each of these costs to see if I can flip some of my other gear to manage to purchase something better for us. Because we do have a lot of gear we're not using. And ordinarily I'd hoard it all, but since this isn't going to be a 100% file, I don't need to hoard it all. I don't need to hoard anything. So let's flip a lot of our extraneous crap. And see what we come out of this with. I'm not going to use the halberd anymore, so let's get rid of that. Mace is dead-ended out. Spear's dead-ended out. Keep the axe for now. Kestis can be sold. These give the same defense. I'm actually gonna just keep the elfin robe and get rid of the other one. That could be a few things. This was a fairly common menu design. So I can definitely think of a lot of very good games. Oh yeah! The Grandia series is pretty good. I think I've only played 3? No, I haven't played the first 2. I thought I've played 2 and haven't played 1 and 3. I cannot remember which one it was. It is a very good RPG. I think it was also the only one... I think it was the first one I encountered where you could actually push your enemies back on the turn order. I don't know if it was the first game to do that, but that was the first one I played that had that mechanic. Not many of these are actually a significant improvement. I could get the handgun, but we're actually almost to the point where we can get the one that's in that one room up there, so there's no point in buying that. Did I actually just make all that money for nothing? May as well get the scale mail, because it's more defense. So I could try buying something in order to upgrade it. So we'll go ahead and buy the main gauche and the falchion, since those should turn into something pretty good. Whether we have the souls to do it or not is going to be the questionable part. We have that already, yes, we have Doppelganger. You would also think they'd know what a doppelganger is, considering we had the doppelganger last time. But, you know. Ah, both of those turn into whip sword. And this also needs great armor. God damn it. All I did was buy more dead ends. That's upsetting. Let's use the save point here before I do something stupid. Which would specifically be climb all the way back up that tower and potentially die on the way up there after all the shopping we just did. But we have double the amount of potions we had before. So as long as he doesn't manage to catch me with multiple hits at once, we should be good. And the falchion is technically a better weapon. Even if it is an overhead swing weapon, that's fairly slow. But we are definitely past the halfway mark with the game, I think, now. Not necessarily the mechanical halfway mark, but the practical halfway mark. And what I mean by that is, technically there's more than half of the game left, but the amount of time it will take me to get through the second half of it is going to be less. Because we will soon become significantly stronger. We have most of the traversal we need. We just need power to back that traversal up. So that we can viably go places and not just keep getting my head kicked in like I have been. Oh yeah, I forgot to put the scale mail on. And I could have actually sold the robe now that I got the scale mail. It's higher defense, but eh. It's a bit of money micromanaging that I don't need to do. Of course, a couple levels won't hurt either, because your stats do go up with level, so it will help whether you can get the right gear or not. Level can crutch you out a little bit. But as I said, gear is still stronger, and since there is no stat requirements or anything on gear, you can get stuff that you are wildly under-equipped to use, and still use them anyway. Wouldn't hit me that way. That way's fine. You'll also notice that the boors in this game look a bit closer to what a boor actually is instead of the, like, lion head thing that they are in a lot of other Castlevania entries. But I think both depictions might actually be accurate. I don't remember. I know I was told that information at one point. Remembering it all off the top of my head, though, not likely. I'm also not even confident if boor is the correct pronunciation. It probably isn't. But how else are you going to pronounce B-U-E-R? Let's see. That. This is otherwise correct. I can also stay further forward and hit him with the overhead swing. So debatably, this is a better weapon for this fight. I say debatably because there's a blessing and a curse to being further back. So everything in games like this and fights like this is trade-offs. We are clocking much better damage this time, though, I think. Especially since I actually remembered to summon the thing. We throw more slimes. So as another aside about Grandia, I don't know if the PC port of Grandia 1's any good or not. I never heard anything bad about it, but I also never heard anything good about it. And while I would like to assume they wouldn't fuck it up, there's no guarantee of that. Yeah, that sounds right. Okay, so there was a workaround. That's good, at least. And there we go. We finally killed the stupid thing. It just took a little bit better gear. And a slightly better pattern. Now we have the Gurgoth Soul. And you'll notice that it brought us back to the bottom of the tower. But... there's been a few bugs like that, where if you pick up the wrong item... It's okay. Killing the poor shoe gave us a laser beam. Besides, I was putting it out of its misery. It didn't want to exist like that. If I can time this right, I can bounce off this guy and get up there. Ah, I did one too many. God damn it. I need him to come over here more, though. Now, over here, you dang stupid demon. Over here without hitting me. I hate the positioning that this thing moves with. All of its angles are so frustrating for actually getting this to work. You know what? The hell with this. I want what's up there, but not badly enough to deal with that. But yeah, the Gurgoth was an optional boss. We didn't have to kill it. I just wanted the laser beam. Now, I think we actually were supposed to get into that room behind it, though. Because I don't think we need what's on the other side of that, but I think there's something helpful up there as well. So we're gonna have to climb back up. Which is gonna take a little bit of doing. But yeah, no, if it was a big enough bug that you had to find a workaround for it, I wouldn't be surprised if you do at least somewhat remember it. Especially if it's a game you played as much as you would play something that you like that much. But yeah, now we have to flying armor across each of these gaps in order to get back. So I honestly do not remember actually going back up here after this fight. Which is why I don't think what's up there is necessary. Though I 100%ed this game, so I definitely went back up there at some point. I just don't remember what was up there, probably. Or I'm misremembering the location of something and it was in fact what was there. Never can be sure with that kind of thing. Kind of funny, I remembered the music in this game being better than it's being today. That may just be memory again. It may also be that there's only one or two really standout tracks in this game and we're not getting them right now. None of these are bad, they're just not, like, blowing me away at all. Ah, no, we did need this, because this was the key that opens the door down and left there. And as you can see, I did remember right that the portal was on the other side of him. Oh, down one floor we go. And now we can go through this door. Da-da-da-da. So killing him was actually necessary then. I was pretty sure I was forgetting something. So this is actually leading pretty quick toward the end. Because now it's clock tower time, because it can't be a Castlevania game without a clock tower. Hmm? You've only come this far? You seem to be taking this rather leisurely. What are you trying to say? Dario has grown stronger by fusing with the demon of fire I summoned for him. Good for him. I see, is that your plan? Soma, back off! Ricardo, Julius too. Your presence is without meaning. No one can stop Dario now. The emergence of the new Lord of Darkness is all but certain now. Julius, I'm sensing a surge of magical power coming from the river. It must be Dario. You go after him. I'll track down Celia. Soma, from here on, you stay away and let us take care of this. Good joke on that one. $573. We actually only need 400 coins to get in there. Let's see about getting those 400, shall we? And... not sure how that one missed. Oh, I fucked up. That was just 1 coin. And dang it. That's more like what I wanted. So all it would have taken was a handful of 50s to fix the amount of coins we needed. Now I need to actually do some annoying manipulation. I just need to end with the last 3 digits of my amount of money being 573, and then we can open that door. This is absolutely not in any way, shape, or form necessary, but it's here. We may as well do it, you know? It's also not hard to do, it's just slightly time-consuming. Okay, so I need to get 7 more single coins in order to fix the final digit. And then I need to make sure not to get any single coins again after that until we've opened the door. I don't think there's any 5 coins in this game. It's 573, so I need... okay. $50... okay, so 1 more 50 coins all I want. Okay, so I just need 4. I need 3 10s and 6 singles. Otherwise I have to loop all the way around again, and that's not going to be worth my time. 5 singles left. No. That 50's a trap. 4. 3. 2. 1 more. And then I just need 3 of the 10 coins. Just to proc. And then we'll be good to go. Nope, that's a 50. I'm waiting for the moment where one of these damn Medusa heads knocks me back into the damn coin, and I'm just gonna be so upset. That. Okay, now I just need 3 brown coins. And now it's not going to give me any of those. Because, fun fact, you actually can manipulate your luck in such a way that you can only get certain coins to spawn. And right now, my luck's high enough that 50s, I think, are weighted higher or to spawn than some of the coins. I almost bounced into the damn coin. Nope. Do not wish to have more than the money I need. God damn it, game. Actually, wait, yeah, I'm not wearing the luck gear, so that shouldn't be happening that way. Well, let's put the luck gear on then and see if it changes the way this is playing out. Because it might change the weighting so that the 1 coins don't show up as much. Well, there's a 10. So there's something to be said for what I just did. Another 10. I just need 1 more. And then I need to get up there without picking up any other money. Okay. Open. Any day now, game. There we go. And that gets us the Shaman Ring, which boosts the amount of experience points you pick up of whenever you kill something. So we'll wear that for a good while. That'll help speed us along a bit. I couldn't remember if that was the free Soul Eater ring or if that was the Shaman Ring that was in there. Turns out, Shaman Ring. I used to hate this room with a fiery passion. And then I got a little bit better at dealing with it and it became less of an issue. I still don't like it, but at least I can handle it. Just goes to show you can adapt to most anything. Don't mind Cthulhu just flying around in here. It's called Malachi, but I call it Cthulhu because it's a weird horror tentacle thing. Ow. That's a hell of a right hook, though. Which, fun fact, I do believe if you get its soul, you can do that giant orb thing it threw at Dimitri in that boss fight. You too can be a Ponzi shitlord. So that is not an activity I recommend. God damn, this slime is tanky. Die! Those golden Medusa heads, as usual, are the ones that will actually petrify you. And as you can see, some things never change. The little devils will still take control of your ability to fight and make a nuisance of themselves. Until you break free of that, you just keep on swinging. Now they're imps now. Only good imp's a dead imp. Fine, we're going this way. I'm not that curious about what's in the upper left corner anymore. It's probably something really good, but you know what? Over it. And for our efforts, we're going to be able to go receive Eve Gun. If I can ever stop being petrified. For the love of God, stop! No, I ain't falling for that again. Get him, slime. And yes, that skeleton is using his head as a soccer ball. And yes, it actually hurts. And gun, get. So yeah, someone can just shoot something. Doesn't cost anything either. At least I don't think. Yeah, no, it doesn't cost coins or anything. I thought for a moment it would actually, like, take a gold away every time you shot or something. The only downside is, this handgun in particular is a little weak. Now I can kick a skull like a ball. Hooray. So they say kick it, but you're stuck in place when you throw it, and by the time you can move, it's usually out of your reach. And even if you bump into it, you can't actually kick it. So I'm not really sure what the point to it is. Aside from you can just throw skulls now. Which they do decent damage. They're slightly stronger than the skeleton bones. Yeah, if I can actually get a decent gun, I'll show off doing some boss fights with the gun. And as you might have noticed from the damage ticking there, when I was using the Gurgoth beam, that's why I wanted Gurgoth so badly. It ticks very fast and does decent damage, so you can just use it to demolish anything that upsets you. It's also phenomenal against some bosses that are very stationary, because you could just hold that beam on them for your entire mana bar, and that fight's basically over. So, you know, if something offends me, it's getting a giant laser beam fired at it. Yes, this tree is spawning flea men. Yes, it needs to die as much as you might think it should. You gotta kill each of the branches in order for it to actually die. This allows us to get back across here. I'm just basically making sure to open the shortcuts across the map, so I don't have to think about that later. So, half of them we're probably never going to need. And now we're at 50% in map completion, more or less. It says 45, but we're more or less at 50. I believe you can end the game with something on the order of like 60% map completion. And that's without doing any crazy tricks. There's not actually anything over here. Well, fuck me, I guess. Yes, get your bigger brother. Attack him. Kill him. You son of a bitch. I also can't laser these, because they're too small. I also noticed that we do less damage while poisoned, because, as you can see on this screen, it dumps your stats into the floor when you get poisoned. It is a problem. But on the bright side, poison doesn't actually kill you in this game, it just gets you killed. You know, that exchange did not work out in my favor at all. We're also about to die, which is an issue. considering it's been a little bit since I last saved. Yep. God damn it. I got trapped in there. I should have just left the room, but I didn't want to. I didn't want to have to then refight all of that. Oh, I don't know how much we lost. God damn it, game. Sometimes it just sets you up for failure in all the worst possible ways. Before I did any of that. Once again, I just get ever so slightly too greedy, and it fucks me over. So it doesn't help that Gurgoth's beam is not doing as much as I remember it doing. Wait. Didn't we save after we killed him? I could have swore I saved when I came up here and crossed over there. But apparently I didn't, and now I'm even more upset. Did it just not take that last save, or am I just that lost in my own thoughts today that I fucked up that badly? Well, this is annoying. This means we have to do the whole clock tower again. I'm not gonna bother getting the shaman ring again. Now that I know that it's the shaman ring, I don't care that much about it. I am actually legitimately a bit annoyed and particularly just very disappointed in myself right now. Because one, why the hell didn't I save when I climbed back up here? Because I have to assume I actually, in fact, did not save, even though I remember doing so. Ah, he also can do poison farts. Interesting. He has two different flavors of fucking chest gas, apparently. Am I, like, thinking of the wrong thing? It's like, I know the beam skeleton beam is busted as hell from Aria. And I think you can get that again in this game, too, but it's not till later. It doesn't really end up actually helping. Also, this is just not fair. The fact that he can fucking do that poison move with no room for me to move away from it at all. I would have had to have managed to knock the gas away the second it came out. I swear, if he cheaps me out and I die, I'm gonna be very annoyed. Oh, he's just gonna play it like that now, huh? He's just gonna keep backing up and stomping on me? Uh-oh. The problem with the slime move now is it keeps bouncing off into the sky somewhere. But he's dead. We actually came out of that better than we did last time. So there's that at least. I am actually annoyed about that. So my brain is not able to reconcile what just happened versus what I remember doing. And I can only assume I'm remembering wrong. But it's just one of those things. I'm genuinely questioning it. Like, I could look back at the VOD and prove to myself one way or the other, but I feel like I'll just be disappointed in myself, because it'll be proven that I didn't save because I'm a fucking idiot. Which, on the one hand, in the end, we didn't actually lose much progress. We just lost the tower climb and the walk through the clock tower, which the clock tower we're not in that long. No, I can be. Remember, being an idiot doesn't have to be a constant. Everyone can be an idiot sometimes. And this was one of my idiot times. If I didn't in fact save, it was absolutely hubris that got me. I'm like, I don't need to save, I'll be fine. I'll find a save point over in the other area. Dead. Idiot. Womp womp. Now, Xeno, you're not an idiot either. If I'm not allowed to be an idiot, you aren't either. Those are the rules. No one ever said I had to play fair. Nope, I'ma bend any rules I wanna bend. Yes, we had this conversation before. Go away. Right, this is the other really bad room. Ow. Ow. You know, I remembered those being instant kill. I'm glad my memory was wrong about that. I think it was one of those, I kept being in such a bad position whenever I got to those that they practically were instant kill. Oh yeah, and the trap fuckery's not over yet. Dang it, I moved just a little too fast trying to get past that one. Misjudged the range. That's fine. Heal before I get hit by the next one that I'm standing in, which apparently didn't hit me for some reason. We take those. Ah! That is a very fast clock. Ah! God damn it. Deal with that in a second. You know, I just keep finding new and different ways to annoy myself right now, because now I found scale mail after I bought scale mail for that boss fight. Yeah, dang it, game. If you're wondering, is this as upsetting as it looks? The answer is yes. Yes, it is. Because you need these to be desynced just enough that you can get on top of the next one, but not so desynced that that happens. Thankfully, you can skip half of those. But we needed to be here because we needed this magic seal. And this is where the magic seals start getting bad. It's a simple pattern, but there's a lot to it. So you end up having to sit there and draw a lot. And you don't get a long time to do it in a boss fight either. You are thankfully not under attack while doing it. That would have been even worse. But you do, as I said, just only have a few seconds to do that. So if you fuck up once, you're basically doing the fight again. Damn it. I didn't really think I could so cleanly jump over that. But what do you know? Sometimes I'm just better at video games in the worst ways than I thought. Ah, I need to go over there. Okay. Understood. And there's the boss door. Oh, they absolutely do. That's not even a question. As we've discussed on many other occasions, they absolutely do that just to fuck with the player. They've got to have their fun somehow. Now, this I don't know if we can do right now, but we'll give it a go. I may need to go back to the shop after the Gurgoth fight and before this one. Because, as usual, the clock tower fights are really rough. This is Zephyr. He's very fast, and he has the power to stop time, but that doesn't affect us. Not necessarily, anyway. It only affects us enough to make him appear faster, instead of actually making us be stuck still while he kills us. He also tends to use that move as a counter. The bitrate appears to be... God damn it. I got distracted because I saw something out of the corner of my eye. The bitrate is apparently going a little nutty. So let me know if you see anything too weird, guys, because it's going down into the white. I have apparently dropped some frames. I don't know when. Hey there, Amber. You're just in time for me being confused by a Twitch again, because it's deciding to fuck with my bitrate. But how are you doing today? Okay, rather than fight Zephyr again, let's go around that and come back to that in a bit. Let go of my brain, demon. I see you are excited as always, Amber. Come on, let me out, let me out, let me out. Close enough. We haven't gone the rest of the way down here. Let's go look down here. More Uma news. We do need that. Okay, what is this one? Did we ever achieve contact with this aerial being? Probably. Meanwhile, more spinning blades of death. Very nearly got through that clean. Whee! Okay. Another save room down here. This was the one I was trying to get to when I died, not realizing I was in the wrong layer to get to it. Beep. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, just barely made it through that. Not gonna open the money door this time because we know what's on the other side of it. Ow, my feet. Nope, I'm off timing now. There we go. How did these get desynced? Huh, that's different. Problematically different. Is Twitch consuming everything? Are we good? What? Can anybody hear or see things? Because I'm seeing the bitrate still fluctuating. I have not dropped any more frames, but it still seems to be acting strange. Twitch is very confused right now by something. Okay. That's a good sign. Okay. Because at some point I had dropped frames, as I said, according to OBS, so I didn't know when that droppage happened. I'm assuming since nobody had any real reaction to anything like that happening, that it was at a point where it didn't matter. And the bitrate seems to have normalized now. I don't know if it was Twitch or my internet. It could be either. But I just wanted to make sure there was a verification on that one before I kept going and then suddenly found out a few hours later that nobody saw anything for half of the stream because everything broke. Well, it may be part your internet, part OBS, part Twitch. Everything could be having its own separate failures all at the same time. Because I know there have been people having trouble even connecting to Twitch in the first place to start streaming again. So that was a few days ago. So I remember seeing that on Twitter. So it's possible Twitch is having service issues again, which really seems to be happening entirely too commonly at this point. Like, it happening over the holiday makes sense because probably most of their staff were away before the holiday. So of course there were going to be a few issues cropping up here and there, because insufficient people available to maintain it. And it may be that they're still fixing said issue. Mind you, I have no information to back that aside from conjecture, so don't take that as fact. That is just my best guess for what's going on with that situation. And mind you, you could still be having internet issues. I probably had an internet issue, because it has hiccuped for me on an occasion in the past, just as my internet as a whole acts. So, it's a very variable situation. There's a lot that can go wrong all at the same time. And that's also what makes it so hard for any troubleshooting really to get done, because you have to first actually narrow down what the problem is. Because you gotta think, if everybody that had a hiccup that was streaming reported it to Twitch, they would be getting so many reports in that are actually useless, because it may not even be something on Twitch's end. Like, say the 250 dropped frames I have today, which just went up by 2 at some point. If I reported that, it may not even be something that happened on their side, and that small an amount of dropped frames also doesn't matter. That was probably an unnoticeable difference. Now, if it was in the thousands, then it would be cause for concern. I was more concerned about what I see the bitrate at the top of the Twitch dashboard doing, which it is still doing. I keep going from excellent to whatever this weird situation it's doing now is. Which is what had me worried. So I would be inclined to say that Twitch is at least somewhat unstable currently. That said, I have not encountered any droppage other than today, nor did I witness any droppage for other people when I was present. So I do not have any other personal information to back any of that with. Though, has anyone else out there had any issues lately with Twitch misbehaving? So I'm genuinely curious whether this is a widespread issue in all veins, or if it's, like, specific to an area. I'm not asking as if I can fix it, I'm asking just for my own personal curiosity as to what that situation is. I know you who have been having a bunch of troubles, you know, and of course, I'm having little odds and ends here and there myself, but nothing I would count as a real issue. But I do know I have some other streamers out there who are listening, and other people that interact with streamers, of course, who may have also witnessed issues, and of course, I don't know how many issues there are on the viewer side right now either. So, that is also worth knowing about. Oh hey, I accidentally a secret wall. Neat. Can't get in it, because it's too high up, but I found it. Thankfully I know how to get in there. Just need to respawn the corpse weed. Use his head as a platform, and get the ninja suit. Fitting for what I did there. I lose a bit of defense, but gain strength and constitution. Sure. Constitution in this game indirectly affects defense, but it primarily increases your max health, to the best of my knowledge. Well, that was different. I don't know if you guys caught that stutter that happened right before I dropped down that hole, but that definitely happened. That was not a thing with OBS or anything. That was the game actually stuttering for a full second. So that was a concerning thing to see. Everything is breaking. Yeah. It doesn't want me to win. No one's surprised. On the bright side, the bitrate seems to have normalized again. Let's grab this save point down here. I'll use the warp point to do my shopping, and then we're gonna go see... Well, correction. I will tap the save point, go up to check to see if I can open that boss door now that we got this magic signal. And if we still can't, I'll warp off, do the shopping, warp back, probably down there toward the bottom left, which is not very far from where we currently are, but 6 of one, half dozen the other. Warping would still be quicker. I've just got to figure out where the next actual ability soul is. Because I think the next ability I get is the one that lets me swim. And that should be the only other thing that will get in my way at all. Because we have our main traversal abilities, which is literally just double jump. Nope, that is the... Oh, that might be... I think I know what boss is behind that door, actually, and we aren't going to see that till the end. Anyone familiar with the game is probably looking at me and going, this idiot just keeps bouncing off that door every time. He doesn't remember that this is secret final boss number 3. And no, I don't mean that literally, but... It's one of those things. Anything else I can do now? Yeah, he showed up. Mm-hmm. I don't think we gained anything else we can use the minute. Nope. I was pretty sure we hadn't actually gained much in the way of new souls. But it was prudent to check. Oh yeah, he's here too. Hammer, you don't need to worry about literally everyone with legs being attracted to Yoko and vice versa. For the love of God, man. You are too clingy for your own good. Especially over a lady who doesn't even really know you exist aside from weird creepy guy across the street. Shop still hasn't really changed. Which then again, if the shopkeeper never changes, why would I expect the shop to change? Now that we know that the main gouge is useless, we'll go ahead and sell that. Sell the extra spear. Sell the extra boomerang. Though I do wonder if I could throw multiple boomerangs at the same time, if I had multiple. Well, too late. Go ahead and stock up a couple extra potions. Is there anything for 9,000 that I want? I could just skip to having the partisan and see if I can upgrade that. But I suspect that's just going to become a halberd. Which is why I haven't been bothering. We could get the battle axe and see if we can do something with that, but I doubt it. Brass knuckles would just turn into Kestis, so there's no point in getting that. I was hoping I could upgrade the handgun to the silver gun, but it would appear I have to buy the silver gun. His guns are not upgradable. Yeah, we'll go ahead and grab the battle axe and see if we can do something with that information. I doubt it. This is probably going to require a soul I don't have, but it's also just a strong weapon in general. Well, if I feel I need it. Sure. Ah, yeah, that's your reminder of how Mina's talisman works. Yeah, Manticore makes the bouge. Which we have encountered Manticores, so we do know where to get that. Actually, that might have actually been a Chimera, not a Manticore. I know that's not how a Chimera normally looks, but it may be labeled a Chimera. So Manticore might be later in the game, considering how strong a weapon that would make. Because as you see, it's the same speed as the regular axe, but it's just a lot stronger. So we may as well play around with it for a bit, since it's not that much slower than the Falchion anyway, and it does a lot more damage. Okay. Actually, do I even think I can get in anywhere at the Wizardry Lab right now? Maybe not, but I might be able to access the area right above it. There may also be a couple things I can pick up here now. Also, being able to kill these things easier, we might be able to pick up a soul or two along the way. And help myself out a bit. And you know, there's always a good bit of catharsis to be had by just crushing everything that had caused you an issue before. This is the wrong way, though. I forgot that you can't just go straight up from here. Because this place just has to be inconvenient. Okay, no, these are Manticores. I just checked on the top screen after I hit that. So if we have the good fortune to get a soul from one of these, we'll actually be able to upgrade our axe. So let's go ahead and put our luck stuff on, since we're crushing these pretty easily, and see about grabbing one, potentially. Might also get a decent item out of them, depending on what they drop. No, never mind. I just checked the log, and they drop spaghetti. So, you know, not a bad thing to get, but not helpful. Looking like these aren't gonna play ball. Which is not a surprise. But it was worth a try. I'll do one more lap through because it'll lead in the direction I want to go, and then if we don't get it, we don't get it. Last chance. Nope. Oh well. So be it. I think it's one of the metal screw things that's in the way over here, so we're not going to be able to get through here. Yeah, we gain access to this from the area underneath it. But I was going this way, so I figured I'd check. The only real problem with this axe is anything that's real close to you, you're not going to hit. Because it only actually counts, for the most part, where the head of the axe is, as it, you know, you would expect it to work. You know what? Ow, I have the wrong thing equipped. Boy! course, I get hit in the forehead with a bone as I obliterate the entire continent. Disappointing. And use this room to get past them. They can't hurt me either way, so it doesn't matter, but it just would be an inconvenience to be hit by them. Yeah, we didn't actually go in here. We could have gone in here forever ago. I knew I was forgetting something relating to breaking ice blocks. On the bright side, this is going to be much easier now because we have double jump. Breaking rocks in the hot sun. I want the long one. There we go. I don't remember if there's something worthwhile in here, and at this point there probably isn't. Oh, this is gonna take a while. Go. Yep, it was another mirror and a knife. Well, now there's a very important thing to remember about those mirrors, and we'll get to that soon. Now, getting out of here is gonna be tricky. Especially if I keep breaking all of them like that. There we go. Good enough. Now... it's gonna be mildly annoying getting back out of here. Mostly just because we have to do the same stupid thing again. This is the one part where it would actually be an advantage if I had the touchscreen mechanics instead of the hacked version. You just tap wildly in that general direction and break your way through. There we go. I am mildly confused. So I've missed a turn somewhere or something, and I'm just not sure where. Because we can't go in the water. Oh, I know what we're missing, actually, and I'm an idiot. We haven't killed the clock tower boss. We need to kill him. That's why I'm like, wait, I know there's something we should be doing right now that I didn't do. What was it? We left that behind because we were losing that fight. So as soon as we go sort that out, that should put us back on track. Ah, there we go. Go forth, my attack cats. Ow. I don't remember what these wind things do. You know, aside from spin. I don't think the poltergeist soul does much either. I think it just like summons some furniture or something around you. There's some early souls that do a lot, and a lot of them that don't do much of anything. Well, yeah. The combat knife is pretty weak, but we might be able to upgrade it, so I'm gonna hang on to it. We didn't get enough money to make a meaningful difference here. We'll check to see if the knife can be upgraded, and then we'll warp up to the tower, go back into the clock tower, and see about dealing with Zephyr with the increased health potions we're carrying. Why is everybody talking about Mina? Okay, the combat knife does not upgrade. I didn't think so because there wasn't a knife section, but it might have been counted in the category for the rapiers or the swords. So it was worth checking. I'm willing to bet the clock tower warp was probably on the other side of that room that had all the spinning blades in it. Because there's a little bit of room to the far left of that we didn't get to. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a warp up there, and I'm just going to find that in a minute and be upset again. That just sounds like something that would happen. Refill my drink before we go running off again. Now we're at a perfect 50%. Now, in terms of bosses I remember fighting, I can only think of 3 more. Not counting Zephyr. I'm pretty sure after Zephyr, we go fight Dario again. And then there's like 1 or 2 things in between the second fight with Dario and the end of the game. So we should be there soon. Soon being relative, admittedly. Because it's probably going to take at least another hour to beat all of those fights. Not counting the prep for the final fight. Because the final fight ain't going to be easy. It won't be as bad as some of the things we've fought so far, but it isn't going to be easy. Once again, wasted potions right before getting to a save point, because I expected to get hit again. And we learned from round 1 with Zephyr that the Gurgoth beam's not actually going to help that much. We want to bring out the Battle Axe because it'll do more damage. At this point, we need to put on our actual combat gear, both because it'll make us stronger and because it'll protect us from these spikes a little bit more. I think it does affect spike damage a little bit, in this game in particular. It does not help that these are slightly off. And when I say slightly, I do mean very slightly. Ah! Of course, we gotta do this again. I just wanted to get rid of the stupid little imp so he didn't do that. I have a suspicion. Nope. Wasteful suspicion. Wasteful suspicion. God damn it. I couldn't fix it either, unfortunately. They for some reason call those bugbears. Never seen a bugbear that looked like that, but you know what? You do you, Capcom. I mean, in this case, Konami, but you know what I mean. Crane is dying. That is going to become a concern at this point. 4.5 hours in, and Brain is like, are you sure you want to keep doing this? The words are starting to fall apart. I'm also just so used to saying things like that in relation to Capcom, which does not help. But we're back up to the boss fight. We lost a handful of our potions along the way, but I don't think we used up any of the high potions, which are going to be the important ones for this anyway. We have 6 potions, 3 high potions, and some mind-ups. That might be okay. We don't need Gargoth. Also don't really need flying armor. Bombs is what we're going to get. And I guess we'll throw cats at him. Okay. You'll notice we're doing almost double the damage on hit to him compared to what we were doing with the Falchion. Yep, that was my mistake. I forgot that he counters all moves when he does that. I thought it was a magic counter. Because that's why the beam kept getting countered, was because I was constantly hitting him when he did that, so he would always trigger his counter. As you can see, though, he hits really hard. Which is why the whole idea is to hit him back harder. Or at least as hard, so we can keep ahead of him. Okay, the attack cats do, like, no damage to him. I don't really have anything that will do damage, though. I think he's got high magic resist, but no physical. Something like that. Because he's meant to be countering physical attacks when you come at him. We'll just use our MP for the jump attacks instead. I don't know how much health he has. We've done a decent amount to him, so I don't think he'll be alive too awful long. But we're also getting into a bit of an iffy position. Especially since he's starting to get more active again. When he was just sitting there or playing the counter game, it was working out for me. Yep, there he goes. That's why he was getting active again. Because he was dying. Now we can stop time too. Which will be handy for things like the waiter skeletons and such that try to run away. But at the same time, that's not really our concern. The more important thing is the fact that we get past where he was. And get another warp point, as expected. Because that's just how they are at this point of the game. They're going to start putting the warp points after the bosses. So that you're forced to fight them with what you have. And that's why I thought there was a breakable wall there, is because you do break it, just not by hand. Well, this sure looks problematic to get through, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't think that's happening right now. So yeah, getting past him didn't actually help us. And I don't remember what time stopping's meant to be good for in this game. I remember what it's for in Aria. I don't remember what it's for in this one. It's clearly necessary, otherwise they wouldn't have given it to me off of the boss. But where would time stopping be necessary? All things considered. It's at least gonna be useful for killing those stupid little bastards. Now, you'll notice things like the pendulums and such don't stop when you stop time, either. Which is the other reason why I'm slightly confused why we need that. So we're back in the position, though, of I don't know where I'm going. I really thought there was going to be more information on the other side of him. Because I don't think stopping time blocks the spikes from hurting me. Okay, for sake of expedience, I'm gonna look it up because I already know this information to begin with. It's just a matter of I don't remember. And it's also the first question. Oh. I did it again. I did that thing again. That thing where I completely miss an area I was supposed to have gone to. Because I don't think we've ever been to Subterranean Hell. I'm pretty confident I know where Subterranean Hell is, but apparently I missed my exit for it somewhere along the way. So I'm just quickly figuring out how I get in there. Just bear with me a moment. Okay, they mentioned the red scarf. And there's a hole to throw the puppet through. Yeah. Because you start getting shortcuts in your brain, so you take the shortcuts, and then you're like, wait, I forgot to do a thing. Because the thing is, now that I remember that Subterranean Hell exists, that I'm 90% sure is where the ability to go through water is. So once I get that, I can then finish dealing with everything. Yeah, they're talking about the fact that that weird soul entered us after we killed Dimitri. And I know the answer to what's going on with that, but we don't need to know that yet. So the attentive amongst you can probably figure it out. We still didn't gain anything after we beat Zephyr. Okay. So there's a different progression thing to what changes the shop, and I cannot remember actually what triggers any of that. We know the knife's useless now, so let's get rid of that. We no longer need these things, or this. I'm trying to keep trimming back on what I'm carrying now that I'm not actually going to be pack-ratting everything. This way we can be in good shape and I don't have to come back as often. There we go. Fully stocked on potions. So according to the guide, I need to go back to the chapel because apparently I missed my exit in there somewhere. Which is a little weird looking at the map, but I think I understand where they want me to go. Oh, that's good. I'm sure you've got a good idea in mind for your design for those. Well, since you're currently changing them, I assume you actually already made the design. And I'm sure they'll see a lot of use. Probably down here. Because actually, now that I look closer at the map, I see a gap in my mapping. And I think I do remember seeing a thing here. We didn't go into it for two reasons. One, I think it was a puppet door and we couldn't get in there, and my brain got frazzled about it because of the fact that we were running through here for our life for the most part. Yep, puppet door. Okay, so I shouldn't need the guidance anymore, so I'll go ahead and get rid of that. We would have found our way here again eventually, but that just made it quicker. And there's nothing wrong with expediting things a little bit. Welcome to Subterranean Hell. From what I remember of this area, it lives up to its name, too. And there's the boss door. Which actually, you know what should have tipped me off now that I think about it in terms of boss order? Actually, I should have realized the fact that we went from Seal 4 to Seal 6, I think. I seem to recall that happening. Can I look at my... Oh no, we did it. We did go from 3 to 4, so now I didn't skip a seal. The seal jumped in complexity, but it didn't actually jump in number. Well, that means we should have the seal we need for here. You'll also notice that this area is tiny. Because we're already done here. At least up to this boss. I think there's more area past the boss, but... These cave trolls suck. They do a lot of damage, and they've got a couple nasty tricks, like doing that. Yeah, see, this is an earlier seal. We were supposed to have done this before going up to fight Zephyr. Hope you like water fights. 'Cause I sure don't. Why did I do that? Right, because I keep forgetting I have Puppet Master equipped again. I wonder. Nope, he is unaffected by Zephyr. I was wondering because of the fact that you should have Zephyr after fighting him, not before. I wanted to see whether they thought of that or not. Because it would have been really funny if they hadn't. Because then we could have just paused the boss in the air and then just murdered him. Yeah, part of the trick to this fight is you're supposed to use those ice platforms in order to use some of your standing magic instead of just jumping at him and axing him. But I'm fine with caveman methods. Because about the only thing we'd need to be able to stand for would be to use the beam anyway. Yeah, no, that makes sense. There's little detail works and such you can do a little bit better and cleaner now that you've learned more and things like that. And redoing it will just make you a bit happier with it, potentially. Yeah, the longest part about this fight is just gonna be getting chances to hit him. I don't anticipate this actually being a hard fight, just annoying. Which I think is why I forgot this existed. Because it's just kind of a time waster fight. Like, he does a decent whack of damage, so he can be a threat. He's just jumping around. Oh, they didn't fix the one for the sub-badges? Ugh. Because they fixed it with the emotes, so I figured they would have fixed it with sub-badges and such, too. Then again, I don't know why I'm surprised that Twitch is neglecting a feature that they put in. Though I suppose it makes sense because sub-badges are all really tiny, and they never get bigger. Particularly. So if you make a huge one and they try to process it down, I can see why that'd be an issue. But I don't know. I feel like they still could make that process easier for those making their own sub-badges. There we go. No more fish. Gain the ability to move underwater. Yay. Now water basically doesn't exist in this game. And now we can actually access the water section of the game. Which is where the hell part of Subterranean Hell comes in, because boy, it sucks down here. So I think my statement about this area being tiny is still accurate. I'm pretty sure this area is fairly small. And of course, they put him right at the beginning because you literally can't do anything in here without his ability. But now we can access that area underneath the garden and things like that. We should have a slightly easier time in here because we have slightly stronger gear than we're supposed to. We just don't have any good abilities for down here, particularly. Yeah, after this area, I think, is when I go under the garden, do the thing under there. And then we'll be back on track properly. Damn it. Yeah, the chainmail is slightly better defense, but the armor jacket is better than it. I mind up. Also, if you're of a mind to grind experience, things like these fish heads are not that bad for it, considering you can just slam through a stack of them. They're not worth a ton each, but it adds up. And it's a very low effort grinding method. And there's plenty of doors near this area. There are, of course, things you could grind faster off of. But you actually, you know, have to fight them instead of just slamming your axe through them. There we go, we can start up the mace train, finally. Because the Morgenstern required the Needle Soul. We hadn't found any other maces yet. Yeah, no, Twitch really needs to do some cleanup on a lot of how a lot of its stuff works. Like, I'm glad they fixed up how you can upload emotes so it behaves a little nicer. You don't need to make multiple versions of every fucking thing forever anymore, because their auto thing actually works properly. But again, that really should be fixed up for everything, not just for that. Because they can auto-resize even at a small scale. It shouldn't be that big an issue. I don't remember how to do this. I also don't think it's necessary. Ah, I need to hit it. Okay. Huh. You would think going to space and coming back down. Yeah, that's fair. But at the same time, I don't see those other things changing really either, so... And I'll admit, part of it's probably just the fact that such things take time, but... It's always a little awkward when you don't see anything changing. So you wonder, okay, well, what are they doing? Because it's not like Twitch is a very transparent company about anything. If they could get away with telling us nothing, they would. And to a degree, they still do. They tell us very little a lot of the time. You know, unless there's a sale in their loot cave. They're real fast about telling us about that. Actually, this is leading to that area under the garden already, I think, anyway. Yeah, it is. 'Cause you're meant to exit here through that, I think. But I don't know. As I'm saying already, we don't know enough about how things work inside Twitch. Okay, abominable snowman looking for food. So something food-related is how you pull him down from where he hangs out. Also, I may or may not have just realized something I probably learned before, in that mimics are dark and regular chests are red. That may or may not actually be true. But every dark chest I've hit has been a mimic. So, there's a logic there. Go make sure that there's nothing in between this area that I'm supposed to have before I go further down into subterranean hell. I'm pretty sure there's nothing here. Oh, there's a weapon. Small sword. Yes, because that seems so beneficial. A light and easy to use sword. Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I got so annoyed when I had to do 3 sizes of every single one of the sub-badges when I was doing the original one, and I'm not looking forward to doing it again. Because I definitely need to make an upgraded version of that. That is definitely an at some point idea. And that is another good point. I need to do a higher amount of them soon too, because I think I've unlocked a couple more spots by now. You know, for sub badges from having been an affiliate for a year now. Well, no, I've not been affiliate for a year now. Not yet. Soon. But not quite full year yet. Wrong way. It's a pity they can't do friendly fire with those crazy gravity ball shots they do. I'm always a big proponent of monsters should do friendly fire just like we do friendly fire. Keep it fair, you know? There's the warp from down here. Away from the weird goo, man. No, that isn't breakable. It looked different enough that I figured, oh, they made it stand out for a reason. No, it's just the way they transitioned those two pieces. Mushroom over there. I don't know if I care about that much. There's a Daemon. Waterfall's a lot stronger than I expected. Underwater Medusa heads. You know, there are just certain things you can come to expect from a Castlevania game, and really, they just keep doing the same thing again. Because the underwater area always has a section with Medusa heads in it, just like the clock tower always has Medusa heads in it. And there's always a clock tower. There's always death around somewhere. Mermen make an appearance every time. There's a lot of consistent things. Ah. Figured out where we need Zephyr. Is instead of stopping time, we need to unstop time to get to the Silenced Ruins. I don't remember this area at all. It's playing the classic music, though. Skeleton archers in it. Gorgons. have a seat in the chair. What is this? It's a larva. Okay. And we got its soul immediately. Hooray. Now we can also summon concerning worm things. Because that's what I wanted. Dead Crusaders. I wouldn't have minded getting the Dead Crusader soul. I want to say that's a Constitution boost one. Might be the higher strength boost as well. But I think Minotaur is the strength boost. Waiters. And this should link us back to Subterranean Hell. Yep, there we go. No. You are not escaping me this time, waiters. Pay for your bad service. Mana Prism. That is a full recharge for mana, which is not something we're ever really going to need to worry that much about, but, you know, I guess it's nice to have. I'm not so focused on my soul usage that I need that. Don't get me wrong, there are definitely builds that'll be very centered around that would need that. And I know people have tried, at the very least, tried to beat the game using only souls, ignoring their weapons. Just like people have tried to beat the game handgun only, and things like that. But, you know, good for them. And that also ties into what I was talking about initially with being able to make your own difficulty. Just set some kind of silly restrictions for yourself and find a way to make things more interesting for you. You just gotta be careful with restrictions like that, because some of them can make it very tedious instead of interesting. Ugh. Julius. I'm fine, don't worry. What? You done already? So much for the legendary Belmont. Ugh, talk all you want. Hey, punk. Looks like I can get me a little payback from you. But I'm not at full power just yet. The throne chamber on the top floor. You were heading there, weren't you? That's where we'll settle scores once and for all. Watch it, he's tough, especially for me, since I can't use magic seals. Hold on, Julius, you can't use magic seals? Uh-huh, what about it? Well, didn't you run into monsters that you couldn't destroy? No, I destroyed them before they could reconstitute. They weren't a problem. But this time, I don't think that'll work. You've gotta be joking. That should have been impossible. Forget about me, you can go on, I'll be alright. He's expecting me, I'll be on my way. Watch out for his fire attacks. You can do it, but don't disappoint. Yeah, the reason why Julius can't use magic seals is presumably because they require magic. And Belmonts and magic don't tend to mix. Aside from some holy magic. Things like the flying crosses and nonsense. Ah, there's a boss door. Well, we did just save before we saw that cutscene, so we'll go ahead and just take this out. So you'll notice this is a biggie. This is also going to be a big one for us getting around the map, though. It's a big old pile of bats. And you'll note, these didn't become a big bat. They are just a pile of bats that is in the shape of a big bat. Because it also can do things like this and turn into a hand that drains your health and things like that. As you can see, they actually hit pretty hard, too. They're no slouch. The big advantage we have is they don't have a lot of defense. And it's dead. They're not much of a threat. They take your health down a bunch, especially if you don't bother to actually move around them, but no real threat there. And now we can turn into a bat, which is going to be real handy, especially for getting past that spike passage back up by Zephyr. It's also just handy for getting around fights you don't feel like dealing with. Oop. Weak. Now, on my map, there's a whole area that I haven't been to. And I'm still not sure how we get to, but I presume that we get to it from Subterranean Hell. Because it's down here at the bottom, and I do see a door on the left of Subterranean Hell that we haven't gone through, leading in that direction. Just don't know whether it'll get cut off or not. Now, that Houndmaster, as you might have noticed as I zoomed by, to kill his Hound, he just gives up and just dies. I'm a little disappointed that you never get a wolf form again. I think we needed to hit that into metal here in order to break that. I don't know how we're gonna do that with our current setup of not having the touchscreen power, though. Actually, can I still use the touchscreen mode? No. Actually, the axe might be the only way we can do that. And I fucked it up. Immediately. Well, that didn't achieve the goal I wanted at all, either. It can only travel on ice. So it needs a path of ice leading up to that. No, I can't pass through it with Puppet. So if we just narrow its field a bit, we might be able to force it up there. There we go. So I think we then need to pop it up there. I'm trying to make sure that it can't end up going where I don't want it. You know, sometimes I just shouldn't say things. Open mouth, insert entire leg. What? Why'd it go boom? It still had a path left and I didn't hit it. What? I don't understand. There we go. I was being very careful not to fuck that up. And that gets us the rare ring. The rare ring, as we've seen in previous games, gives us better opportunities getting rare items. So not like a high priority thing to have, but it'll be nice to have. Because I believe it also increases luck better than the Lucky Charm does. Yeah, it gives 5 luck as opposed to 1. Which, speaking of, we're not in serious danger right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and swap back to luck. In the hopes that we get some more souls and things. Which, at full luck, we are at 29, which is pretty terrible. But it's better than the 18 we were at before. But that's all the Silenced Ruins had to offer us. There we go. Dead Pirate. May cause greater damage on enemies attacked from behind. Which, that will actually come into play in boss fights now and then. Because some bosses don't turn around very quick. Like, for example, when we were fighting Gurgoth and I kept sliding along behind him, we would have been able to do incredible damage if we had had that soul on hand at the time. I believe it is actually a pretty significant damage boost. But, you know, you have to be behind your opponent. God damn it, I forgot I had the puppet again. I have taken so much stupid damage because of that. And we still haven't gotten a serious attack spell. Oh, for our bullet souls yet. Which is just so sad. I'm used to getting an actually good bullet cell pull by now. Because even just the Skeleton Archer one would be pretty good. I can't be in bat form underwater, so how do they expect me to do this? I mean, it might just be a matter of I just spam jump. Since there's a roof there. No, I don't fit through there. I don't remember what I'm supposed to do with that. Because you're clearly meant to be able to land here and then do something. I don't think I have it yet. I don't think I have that soul. Unless... Hang on, am I meant to throw a doll across that? Does that work? Nope, doll just dies. You can throw it pretty far, but doll just dies. I hit the wrong buttons. I am getting so tired of one missed button fucking everything up. I mean, thankfully we didn't lose much, again, but just like, really? Come on, brain. Work with me here. Well, either way, aside from the rare ring, we didn't lose anything, and honestly, I can't be bothered to go get the rare ring again that much. So, do I, don't I? At the point in the game we're at, I don't think I need it. Not enough to care. We'll just go ahead and climb back up and go to where we need to be. Because again, I said that I was going to just go through the game. I wasn't going to bother to go farming or collecting extra shit or any of that. But it's just easy to get pulled into going and getting the odds and ends that you know where they are and how to get and things like that. That's what made games like this one good, was the fact that the grinding didn't feel bad. Because you always had a decent chance of getting something actually interesting out of it. And occasionally, the grinding got you something that would actually help you explore new places. Instead of it being mostly just, oh hey, this is a slightly better way to do the same thing that this does. I disagree. As fun as that transform animation is, it can be a real problem sometimes. Why? I just don't want this to take an extra hour to climb up there, goddammit. I know why Batform costs MP, but god damn it is it annoying that it does, because sometimes you just get stuck in a position where you gotta either burn items or wait. Because very rarely are you under serious threat when you need Batform to get somewhere. Unless you're really just cheesing your way somewhere you shouldn't be. I'm literally just doing this to gain access back to the other area over here. Which is, again, something I don't have to do at all. But I just feel compelled to do it, because the shortcut is here. And that might actually be better armor. I'm not sure if the Aquarius armor is any good or not. It's good defense, and it's protection against water. So hooray for that, I guess. Get out of here before anything stupid happens. My calculation is looking like it might actually be concerningly accurate. Depends on what else I managed to forget about this game. And whether we actually need to go down into that pit that we were in, where I need to cross that big spike gap that we can't use Batform to defeat, unlike the one that we're heading towards now. So I don't think there's a Spike Breaker armor in this one, so I think there is just a soul that lets you either teleport or dash forward in some way that defeats that situation. But part of my brain's also telling me that that's extra. That's not actually a required area. I cannot guarantee that because, you know, My memory's been a mixed bag for this game. That sounds correct in my head. Now that we've done another full area, we might get another set of stuff in the shop. We can at the very least get some upgrades from Yoko, since we did get a couple more souls we didn't have before. Good for you. Someone's saying the same thing I am. You know, I'd be a lot happier for you, Hammer, if when you said everything's on special, everything was actually in fact on special. All of these prices are still the same. And you also did not change your stock. You are a disappointment, Hammer. Give me these potions and get the hell out of my sight. This is why Yoko doesn't like you. Oh, we don't have the mace anymore. Because I got rid of it because it was wasting space. God damn it. Hang on. I think I can still afford to buy it back. God damn it. Well, that turned around quickly. Literally walked away for a minute and it went from, she said hi to me, to, I haven't seen her for a while, have I pissed her off? Which, I'm not gonna lie, I get where his mind is, but for the love of God, man, focus. We got work to do here. The small sword wasn't even showing up in the list, so I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that. This allows me to finish topping off on high potions and get the mace back in order to make the Morgenstern and then find out if it goes anywhere from there. Okay, would make the something weird if I had a bugbear soul. I knew one of those dead-ended out because of something special like that. And I knew they dead-ended out early. That's why I wanted to show most of those trees so you could see that there are some unique weapons in there. Because I want to say that actually turns into something kind of silly. Kind of like how we had the lightsaber and things like that in Curse of Darkness. Let's see. Yeah, we want to be up in the clock tower. This is also why we have that warp point after the boss up here, both for difficulty purposes and the fact that you need to be going elsewhere after defeating Zephyr. Well, we got the Imp Soul back after we lost that from a death. Before I go down the hole, though, I'm gonna go hit the save point. This way we don't have to do all that shop management again and things like that. I'm pretty sure that's the Flying Man back there, actually. That's either the Flying Man or Mothman. They both fly and are man-shaped, so it's hard to guarantee which is which. But you'll notice he only exists on the one screen. So you have to do something on that screen to attract his attention. As to what, I haven't the slightest idea. We would need page 4 of his section of the magazine, I think, to figure that one out. And that's the one piece we don't have. But as you can see, as before, bat mode is required to get through a spike hallway. You could have slid under that, but bat form is a bit more comfortable for getting through that. But this should get us to the final section. Because as usual, the clock tower leads to the final corridor. The pinnacle. Somehow Yoko got here before us. Except it's not Yoko at all. I wanted to show that when you pass one of those, when they're still in disguise, they just turn around and kick you in the ass. It's just a very funny image to see there. It's like, oh, you fell for it, boop. Doesn't, like, try to stab you or anything, just kicks you in the butt right off the bat. It's like, really? All of this opportunity, all you do is kick me. There's a flame demon. And the whole way here I've been thinking about it, and I don't think I'm gonna worry about getting the better ending. Because the second round with Dario is where I need to make my decision. And I know that's mild spoilers, but I'm not gonna tell you guys how that works directly. Because it's not like a straight yes or no question you get asked or anything. There's something you need to have. And I don't think we have it, and that's why I'm currently leaning towards not dealing with that mechanic, because of the fact that I just don't want to have to go find what I need. Because if I remember right, it's a pain in the butt to find. And especially since we're on the cusp of finishing this, I would rather just finish it off. If people really want me to, I can always go back and show off the true ending and everything at some point using this file. Or I could run the randomizer that there is for this and find my way either through that. There's your standard Castlevania big staircase leading to Big Bad. We've just got some more work to do before we can get there. This is apparently a Mushush, whatever the hell a Mushushu is. Whatever it is, that is a paralyzing hit. Hello. You need to go, good sir. You're going to be a big inconvenience with your fancy 3D sword. How many hits do you take? Aside from too many. There he goes. I don't remember what his soul does, either. There were a lot of souls I got and then never used, because by the time I got them, I was so done with grinding souls and shit that I'm just like, you know what? No. Not even gonna try these, just let me out. Set me free. You'll notice very few things do any real damage to this final guard thing here. Ow. Like, we do 12 with our big axe. And the Gurgoth beam does fucking 1s. Slimes did like 3. I seem to recall that these don't have a ton of health, they just have an asinine amount of defense. And by don't have a ton of health, I don't mean that they only have like 100 or so, I mean they have more than that, but not by an exceptional degree. I don't think we can see its health yet, though. Not till we kill it. I could just bypass it by flying over it. But I was trying to prove the point of how much health this thing has. And I'm definitely proving the point, just not in the way I wanted to. Ow. Fuck you. Why won't you die? If he threw me through that door, I was about to be so cross. Would you just kindly die? I'm into burning so damn much in the way of resources just trying to kill this stupid final guard. Oh yeah, they also have Extendo Shield, because, you know, why not? Ah, god damn it. I got caught between those things again. I have an idea, though. Idea I should have done in the first place. Flying over him, not to leave, but to take advantage of something I was talking about before. Oh, we lost the zombie pirate, didn't we? God damn it. I was gonna use that. And of course he was one hit away. Why wouldn't he be one hit away? I wanted to get over here to show you guys this. This right here is the signal light you use to get Mothman. That's the only reason I wanted to walk in here, was to show you guys where the spotlight is for Mothman. Since that was one I knew off the top of my head. As far as the rare monsters go. I actually triggered Mothman by accident. Because I was throwing a lightning spell at the final guards and set off the damn spotlight. Yeah, as you can see, they're not holding back at all anymore. Final guards be everywhere. So why they're guarding a pittance of money is beyond me. That said, we can just get a free kill on this one since we're behind it now. This will also help demonstrate just how much fucking health these things have. So we can also look in the enemy listings. Except they don't actually show health in this game. I forgot that they actually have a super simplified version of the bestiary. You'll notice it has no weaknesses. We don't know what it drops. Soul is rarity 3. And we don't know how much health it has. Well, we know it has a lot. That's about the only number we can put to its health bar, is a lot. I think it's somewhere past 500. Don't quote me on that. So, you know, we gotta hit it like 50 times to kill it. I'm mostly just doing it so I don't have to risk flying over it again, going the other way. Because if it happens to, like, step like that right as we're flying over it, I would get my head kicked in again, and it would be just upsetting. It also was worth a level, so not a bad thing. Level 30 sounds about right. I do wish the werewolves gave us some of those other moves they do, aside from just the short dash. They do some... They've got some neat moves, like that horrible they throw, the Sonic Dash flip thing. They've got a lot of neat stuff going on. Yep. That's what I figured was gonna be right here. Because I think right up there is the staircase leading to the next fight. No, no, not quite. Got another hallway. Full of bugbears for some reason. Well, if I was gonna get the upgrade for the Morgenstern, it'd be here. Nope. Oh well. Big staircase. And watch as the clock tower slowly rotates in the background, ever so slightly. Okay. Now, Dario is not going to be as easy this time. He's going to have learned a few tricks. Just like we did. Let's use the Elmaric Sniper. This is probably enough healing. I wouldn't trust that rusty food tin. Not if I don't have to. This isn't gonna be a seriously bad fight, but it could go real bad. What took you so long? Let's finish this. I'll show you why you can't become the Dark Lord. Even Belmont was no match for me. You think a punk like you can win? Was there any doubt? Power is nothing if you don't know how to use it. I'll never lose to a fool dominated by his own power like you. Well, what's the point of power if you don't use it? Don't act as if you know. It's all about survival of the fittest. Let's see if you can try to survive this time. Ah! Now, it might seem like nothing's changed. But yeah, he's got the triple fireball now. He, of course, still has his fire waves and fire pillars. You'll note that his fire wave hits a lot harder now. But I also want to draw attention to the mirror behind him. Note the big fire demon in the mirror behind him. Without giving anything away, let me just say that that's important. And unfortunately, we are ill-prepared to do anything with that information. Oh yeah, I forgot, he can do this now, too. That's his other new trick. He throws giant fire dragons. But he loses this fight. I cut off the power from the dark side using a magic seal. Give up, it's over. But... get away from him, Soma. No! He couldn't resist the demon that had fused with his soul. You're saying he lost the demon's power? He perhaps could have been saved if the demon was cut free from his soul. Well, if they're gonna just point it out, which I forgot they did. So how it works is there's a soul that lets you traverse the mirrors. As you probably could have guessed by all the mirrors that were laying all over the place. You could then traverse into the mirror and fight the fire demon, and that's possessing Dario. You defeat that demon, you get a better result out of this fight. Don't let it concern you. That's just what happens when you let your hunger for power overwhelm you. Arikado, what became of Celia? I'm sorry, we have units tracking her whereabouts now. So we're done here. Let's get out of here. Ugh. What's wrong, Soma? Nothing. I just felt something odd for a moment. Did anything strange happen in the castle? No, nothing. Wait, come to think of it, when I fought Dimitri, there was something weird. Go on. I never finished him off, but he died anyway. And that's when I felt something enter me, like a soul under domination. We'll have to investigate. Come, we'll meet with Yoko right away and head for the church. Is something happening to me? I don't know, but we'll know soon enough. Data has been saved. And that's it. That's the game. That is the early ending. There is a whole other area you access later on after beating Dario the correct way. And I believe if I had remembered to put Mina's talisman on, that ending also would have been slightly different. Either that or I had to have it on when I fought Dimitri. I can't remember exactly when I was supposed to have that, because I believe we had the talisman before we fought Dimitri the first time as well. So it might have repelled his soul away from me. Still, beating this game in about 5 hours 45, I'll take that. Considering we had a few deaths along the way and I got lost a little bit, that's still a very good time. And for a non-speedrun. That I don't think is the best speed I've ever beaten the game at, but I got there. And no, that I enjoy the little laugh tracks they have for those two. That I feel like those laughs encompass their characters quite nicely. Even if you hear that laugh like 100 times each time you fight them, it entertains me for some reason. Also, I don't know what they were doing with this that's happening up there. The four corners of each monster just kind of dancing around. I don't really know what the idea with that was. But yeah. Now I've also beaten Dawn of Sorrow. I'm going to probably do Portrait of Ruin next in terms of the order of these games. I don't know if I'll do that next Monday or not. I may wait a little bit, so as not to just go overboard on Castlevania games. Also, I'll let you guys see this. This was supposed to be the intro for the game. Nice little animation they made. Also shows off some abilities we never actually got to use or have. But also showcasing what those two could do. Yeah, that's meant to encompass in the shortest way possible what the whole game is about. Which they did a decent job of covering all of that, I'd say. It shows you that the magic seals are important, shows you the two people you have to fight, shows off that Celia is there being annoying but never actually doing anything. Which, that is one thing I will say, I don't remember ever actually fighting Celia herself, even when you get to the proper ending. I'm pretty sure she's just there. And of course, I will not be counting this on any kind of games beaten list or anything, because I beat this game twice before. That really doesn't count. Aside from the fact that, I've now beat it on stream, but I'm not counting that as a separate thing. I've also not gotten the good ending for you guys yet. Which I still need to decide how I want to handle that, and I may just wait and find out what you guys want out of that. Whether you want to see the better ending later on or what. I'm not doing it tonight, because I've already been playing for 6 hours. I'm kind of done for the time being. As much as I love this game, there's only so much of it I can do in one sitting. And I genuinely do not remember how to get the way to get into the mirror. Because that's the annoying part about getting the real ending, is getting into that mirror. Defeating the demon in there, not too bad. Defeating the true final boss, not too bad, but that one's kind of annoying. I will be live again tomorrow. As to doing what, I don't know. I don't have anything that's like jumping out at me right now about that. I'll probably work on ideas for that over the course of tonight into tomorrow's stream time. I'm trying to think of what else I have to add before I send y'all off to do a thing. By all means, if any of you have any like final questions or anything, by all means, now is the time. Because I'm probably going to be sending off a raid here in about 3 or 4 minutes, as long as I can find a suitable choice. Which I have a couple options. Coin. As usual, you will assist me. Okay. Wildwood won the toss. Looks like he's doing RoboTrek, so that'll be a little interesting at least. But yeah, I'll be live tomorrow. Should be same time, might be a little late. We'll see how that ends up playing out, depending on what I'm doing and all of that day. Zeno and I assume we'll be doing Trine 4 on Friday unless things happen. So there might actually be mild fiddle with that, but we can discuss that as the week goes on and figure that out. But yeah, that I think covers it. So I will send us all off and we will go on with our day. Thank you all for taking the time to watch me run through this. Not the best run I've done, as I said. Could be better, could be worse. Maybe I'll even break out the randomizer for this tomorrow. I don't know. I've got ideas. But yeah. I know I'm just looping now, which is why I'm just waiting on the timer. I will see y'all when I see y'all. Behave yourselves.
Of course. It'll have to be the 3 strick. Or wait, we can just do no space.